I woke up yesterday and saw yet again the same increasingly extremely creepy stalkers I was previously harassed by, now doing even more blatantly shady stupidity. I have never communicated with either of these creeps, and I still unwaveringly maintain that I never will. But now the second girl, the first girl initially told me was stalking me, has tried contacting me. I'll just show a screenshot since this time it's even weirder. First of all, it says business chat at the top, which I've never seen before. I have no business with this person or her friend, nor have I ever been open to it. Again, I've never even heard of either of these people before in my life until they started doing this extremely creepy stuff, stalking and harassing me through Instagram, and I do not have and have never had any interest in them. You can see it says you started a chat with the person, but I obviously didn't when, as you can see, the bottom area still prompts me to accept or delete or block. Extremely shady. I'm refraining from taking any action at all because I don't want to give it any energy and possibly validate any false narratives that any of those actions might result in me unintentionally validating by taking. And then, hola? It's not like I was looking for someone to try speaking to me in a different language, as if that's going to go anywhere differently for these fools. And now, instead of just friend, apparently these women are besties in their words. Both of these women claim they don't know how the other found my profile, but they're apparently best friends. Yeah, right. It just doesn't make sense. I'm getting some weird vibe, like the Heidi girl is actually Jamie, or basically operating under Jamie's instructions, and the Maddie girl is actually Kimmy, or basically operating under Kimmy's instructions. Regardless, I'm not looking for random people I've never heard of contacting me and trying to hit on me or be my friend or offer me some kind of business opportunity. I'm not trying to meet new people or pressure people with this podcast to try to merely get me some kind of romantic and or sexual relationship with someone people are clearly trying to force on me, as if it's someone they have any good reason to believe I'd like, especially not one that they don't even remotely actually have any good reason to believe I'd like, based on the integrity I've demonstrated about who I've been constantly proving myself to be. Even if these women directly contacting me like this are actually the different women I feel like they might be behind the screen, it puts them in a position of essentially zero real accountability or commitment or any real obligation if I'm entertaining talking to them through fake accounts of other people. From what I can tell, interacting with them basically forces me to turn this podcast into this weird, shady thing where I'm basically selling my soul or pathetically letting myself get robbed of it. Neither of which are things I want, need, deserve, or have any willingness to ever tolerate. WWF? This is a different profile for this Maddie woman than the last one. I have no association with any entity represented by those letters, and they don't mean anything special to me. You'll notice I've censored out the account that was linked to me this time. The reason for this is because although the profile appears to be the same woman named Heidi, the first account that she contacted me with is a different account entirely that just exposes that there's something extremely shady happening here with these stalkers, whereas what appears to be her real profile is actually blatantly advertising a brand that appears to be personal to her or something in her bio. And I'm neither trying to advertise that brand directly nor advertise this person's username to essentially indirectly advertise that brand. I don't owe either of these stalkers or anyone sending them towards me anything, and that's equally as true whether Kimmy and or Jamie have some kind of involvement in this or not. Checking this account's profile, it has basically nothing on it. UCF is probably for University of Central Florida, which I have absolutely no association or affiliation with and never have been trying to have any association or affiliation with. The sun and light blue heart emoji suggest, at least to me, that there's extremely heavy energetic involvement from Jamie and that worthless narcissist psychopath loser scum I knew back in high school named Chloe in doing this. Perhaps there's some Kimmy involvement mixed in with Jamie's energy, and perhaps also some Celine involvement mixed in with Chloe's energy. No idea what ORL/MIA means, except the MIA part might refer to someone going missing in action, as in often meaning they died, indicating to me that this is likely once again operating in death spell type energy. The one picture the account has on it is of some strange anime girl that looks totally random and unidentifiable to me, with short dark red hair that sort of looks like it's going in a red to black gradient, and who looks like she's awkwardly winking. As you can see, this is clearly being done in attempts to push extremely false narratives, further suggesting that people are extremely deviously trying to act like it's even remotely reasonable to believe I ever have or ever will at all consent to this behavior being inflicted on me, or it's being done at all with my wishes or best interests taken into consideration, which I want it to be extremely clear is and forever will be completely false. The combination of short hair, indicative to me of false narratives that I want or deserve some kind of validation or connection to pursuing that worthless fraud Chloe, combined with the blatantly extremely false significance of the hair being dyed colors that clearly are being extremely falsely purported to have some kind of special meaning indicating showing me warmth, or as if I'm indebted somehow to the person sending this extremely abusive, toxic, negative, fakeness-filled energy towards me, like how that worthless loser Chloe extremely viciously, deviously abused false narratives of some significance to her dyeing her hair some color people have been lying is supposed to indicate a genuine intimate pursuit of me or showing me warmth or indicating some kind of supposed indebtedness to her. This, to me, suggests more likeliness to extremely false narratives being purported by that worthless, massive narcissist, psychopath scum, loser racist I knew in high school named Chloe, because this whole thing absolutely reeks of the same exact kind of extremely shady and intolerably cold and distant, unbelievably stupidly selfish energy that I've been feeling from that unbelievably heartless, massive, racist, fraud, narcissist, psychopath, loser scum for a very long time, ever since I ever admitted any kind of feelings for her long ago back in high school, that she extremely viciously has abused unbelievably, extremely badly, fully consciously and intentionally, entirely at my expense and against my consent, wishes, and best interests for her extremely selfish gain in her extremely pathetic, miserable existence. And in case it wasn't clear, I didn't know she was a racist or narcissistic or psychopath until after I learned all of those things were true about her from how she rejected me. So I most certainly wasn't going into that encounter hoping to be humiliated or rejected, in case that wasn't already clear enough. Anyways, looking at the account the stalker mentioned, again, I'm not even going to show the ad for it or its full bio area because it's trying to advertise a brand I've never heard of, and I have absolutely no affiliation nor desire to become affiliated with that brand or any other brand anyone ever tries to advertise to and or through me in anything even seriously resembling such an extremely shady way. Plus, the bio for that brand literally claims it's been hacked by someone of the same name as the account trying to advertise it. But it's someone named the same and with a different profile picture, but clearly of the same person who claims to live in LA. But I don't understand the water drop or dove or fairy at all. Probably because the reality is this person is so far removed from my energy, and what whoever's doing this to me is trying to do to me is so extremely thoroughly happening against my consent, wishes, and best interests that it's not a surprise I don't know the details of the meaning behind how they arrived at this exact course of action, existentially assaulting me like this, completely unjustly in their conspiracy to murder me. Since this whole stupidity appears to be trying to make it seem like I've always wanted or been trying or deserve or somehow owe it to someone to help advertise some brand I have no involvement in or benefit from whatsoever, it appears this only solidifies the notion that people from my past have been participating in a huge smear campaign trying to make it seem like it's somehow appropriate for me to have my life and all my prospects at greatness sacrificed to make that massive fraud, worthless psychopath, narcissist, racist Chloe become wildly successful in life, in reality entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. It seems what's now happening with this massive smear campaign against me behind the scenes is people are lying that I was ever on any kind of good terms with Chloe or anyone helping her, and now I'm going back on some kind of fabricated debt to help her prosper at my expense through massive lies about me people have been trying to pass off as the truth with what in reality is absolutely zero real evidence. So now people are trying to make it seem like I'm just looking for someone else to do the same thing for, or as if the person I really owed this fabricated debt to is this random Heidi woman I have absolutely no association with or ever gain any real benefit from helping at all. my life remains not improving in condition whatsoever. I'm very much not okay. Like, mentally, sure, I'm okay in that I'd never commit suicide, and I still have clear direction I can move forward with in life, whether I'm going to get the connection I want with Kimmy and go in a positive direction, or I won't, and I'm gonna be the worst of enemies against her and all her associates and go down an extremely dark and destructive path, destroying their lives and never dating anyone or at all warming up to anyone ever again for any reason. But my life isn't any better than it's been all these last several years since I've met Kimmy. At best, perhaps the only difference is it appears I don't have hitmen coming after me as frequently. After my last release, that largely should negate the death spell energy that extremely aggressively has been inflicted on me in the various conspiracies to murder me that exist. Not that it matters so much when my spiritual protection means they'd fail anyways, so at the end of the day, I'm left still having to deal with the fact that I'm still homeless, eating out of trash cans, sleeping on the street, and it's getting colder at night, and it's already at the point I'm shivering at night and having trouble sleeping simply because it's so cold outside at night, even with blankets to cover myself, and I'm left in this extremely brutal state because literally every person I've ever been at all close to in my entire life has been a complete demon, terrorist, psychopath, selfish scum to me and used me and abandoned me, and to this day refuses to act at all differently than they always have as such. But that doesn't make me any different of a person. I'm extremely angry and constantly see infuriating stupidity in my energy and happening in public, and I certainly have more to say. I have people's lives to destroy if they're really going to treat me this way. No matter what challenges anyone tries to put in front of me, I'm never selling my soul, and I'm never letting my dignity and self-respect and self-love and all my positive qualities be stepped all over and my life left in shambles because people want to lie extremely badly about me for their selfish gain, fully consciously and intentionally, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Once again, I would never kill myself, and I most certainly don't want to die at all. I do not, have never, and will never consent to anyone or anything trying to end my life at all. It's very obvious to me that there are entities attempting to end my life through various means, obviously knowingly entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests, which makes me feel the need to yet again mention these facts about myself that should have already been extremely obvious. The misery I'm experiencing is completely unjustly being inflicted on me, not something I've done to myself or willingly am subjecting myself to. Even as the ruler of the world, people born before me that have attained certain degrees of power and were effectively ruling the world before I was able to exert my influence more fully are attempting to force me to sell my soul or throw away my power because they know how powerful I really am. I extremely meticulously, decisively, firmly refuse, and I'm again making it extremely clear that I do not, never have, and never will consent to being subjected to these power games people are trying to play with my life through. First of all, a little side note. I was reading over what I said in my last release, and I felt like clarifying that I wasn't trying to kink shame in my last release when I said ew in relation to people having a choking fetish. My point was that I personally am turned off by even just the thought of inflicting violence on someone or someone inflicting violence on me. It's not arousing to me, no matter what kind of violence it is. Choking is a fundamentally violent act. While some might enjoy it and consent to having it done to them and or might enjoy doing it to others for sexual reasons, and I wasn't trying to necessarily condemn that or look down on that for any particular reason, I wanted it to be extremely clear that it is not, never has been, and never will be something I myself am personally into. With that out of the way, I got extremely disturbing reads in my energy very shortly after my last release once again. I've just very recently got this information I believe is likely true, informing me of just how extreme the criminal activity that's been getting inflicted upon me through direct actions of my biological relatives for years really has been. Essentially, what I've heard in my energy is that one of my biological cousins, a woman around my age named Vivian, is romantically and sexually involved with that extremely creepy, abusive biological uncle I've mentioned before multiple times named John, and they've both been heavily conspiring against me and doing many extremely criminal things together to me, behind my back, at my expense, obviously fully, consciously, and intentionally, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Certainly including but not limited to various instances of identity fraud. At this point, I'm convinced both these unhinged psychopaths deserve extremely lengthy prison sentences. I'm hearing people took out loans, put in insurance claims, got credit cards, have bank accounts under my name, took trips, all kinds of things, fully consciously and intentionally, entirely at my expense, against my consent, wishes, and best interests. And I never knew about any of it until I've very recently heard about it in my energy. And I obviously didn't benefit at all from it or consent at all to it ever, nor would I. So it seems that on top of my worthless scum biological father Dixon making fraudulent life insurance claims as he tries to get me murdered, at least two of my other somehow related blood relatives have also been doing serious literally criminal activity against me and also belong in prison for extended periods of time, if not even worse. Thinking back again to experiences I recall when I last had him in my life before cutting him out completely many months ago, that creep John did once give me extremely strange vibes like he was sexually involved with Vivian when he had this strange conversation with me about having nieces he has to control himself around, and also around that time Vivian's father visiting, and for some strange reason Vivian being brought up in front of me to me as if I should be interested in meeting her or something, when I'd done absolutely nothing that should at all indicate I wanted or needed to for any reason. Now it makes sense to me as to why John was so close to her father, Martin, too. Wow. I'm hearing they're fighting to keep me unstable and keep my life in shambles even now, like they have been for years. At this point, I see reason to believe this stalker that even now is still stalking and harassing me in my podcast's YouTube channel comments on my releases and playing dumb, pretending like they don't know why people would be conspiring to murder me. I believe this stalker could be my biological cousin Vivian. Yikes. I haven't spoken to Vivian in several years. I haven't met Vivian in person for well over a decade, since we were children. I am not, never have been, and never will be at all romantically and or sexually interested in or involved with Vivian. There isn't even one piece of real evidence at all suggesting otherwise. Once again, anyone at all attempting to communicate otherwise is blatantly, fully consciously, and intentionally lying, and they are refraining from presenting any real evidence that would expose me as a fraud because it does not exist. Gossip and rumors and whatever false narratives people try to push through whatever defamation about me is not evidence at all. I can guarantee you that there isn't even one real picture of me and Vivian anywhere physically near each other in well over a decade. I've never even once hit on Vivian or done anything that should seriously suggest to anyone that I do ever have had or ever will have any kind of romantic and or sexual involvement with her, nor that I want to. I've never even once, even so much as joked about it to John or any of my other biological relatives, and I'm not, never have been, and never will be joking about it to anyone online either. But I get this really strange feeling that if there are false narratives somehow about me being strangely involved with a biological relative of mine, especially a female, that perhaps people are even claiming I've impregnated her, that then really would make me seem like a horrible person to try to justify the extreme abuse and neglect and overall horrible treatment people are trying to make it seem like I deserve, when in reality they even know it couldn't be further from it. I do not have any children. I am not and never have been at all made aware of any children anyone even has any seriously good reason to believe might be mine, much less any kind of DNA test confirming it. And I know there's absolutely not even one piece of real evidence I ever have consented to or done anything that even remotely plausibly can be seen as consenting to or deserving to have ever impregnated anyone. I've seriously, literally, never even once had bareback vaginal intercourse with anyone in my entire life. I've never even once had a condom tear or break during vaginal intercourse in the very limited times I've had it in my life. I've never even once donated my sperm to a sperm bank. I've never even once volunteered my sperm to anyone and agreed to have it impregnate anyone. Like, if there's any way for anyone to at all legitimately be pregnant with or give birth to a child with my genetics, I have never done it or consented to it, and I certainly don't have any drug or alcohol use issues or any other mental illnesses that would ever give me blackouts to forget, so it's not a case of memory loss either. There is absolutely no good or legitimate reason whatsoever that I would ever have children already, and I'm never going to suddenly want to consent to having children or have any desire or willingness to take any actions as if I consent to ever having children. So I will never have children. There is not, never has been, and never will be any real evidence of otherwise being true. Anyone at all communicating otherwise is blatantly, fully consciously, and intentionally lying entirely at my expense, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Additionally, I do not and have never consented to having to take any responsibility for anyone else's children. I have no obligation at all whatsoever, and absolutely unconditionally am not trying or willing to at all take on the burden of any obligation whatsoever to anyone's children, whether or not anyone claims it's my child or it's the child of anyone's claiming I have some kind of obligation to. I don't have any obligation at all to anyone to take care of them or any children they might have or anyone else at all associated with them. The only person I have any desire or willingness at all to embrace any extent of responsibility for taking care of, besides myself, obviously only if she actually starts communicating with me properly and having the kind of connection with me that I want and deserve to have with her, is Kimmy. And even then, I'm absolutely unconditionally never taking any responsibility for any children she might ever have, because they're certainly not mine if she has any already, and certainly were never conceived at all with my consent, wishes, or best interests, whether she's already had any or has any in the future. Which I'd say is perfectly fair as well, and isn't a double standard from me, because I'm certain she'd have the same exact attitude in regards to me ever having children. And I'd say that's perfectly reasonable of her. Also, my position absolutely unconditionally does not and will never change regardless, so she's just extremely stupid if she doesn't have the exact same position on this as me, which doesn't change my position even if she is that stupid, so I seriously hope for her sake she's not that stupid. At this point, I want it to be extremely clear that I'm publicly, officially declaring that the truth is I would literally record the encounter as evidence for pressing criminal charges on people and leave the situation as quickly as possible and have whoever it'd be criminally charged for criminal harassment if any of my biological relatives or any of my ex-friends from high school or anyone else I've ever been at all significantly close to in my life in the past, offline or online, tried to approach me in real life. Literally no matter who it is or why they're trying to approach me in person, they should all know damn well that I don't want to see any of them ever again, and I have extremely good reason to never even consider trusting them at all ever again. It's to the point where I even energetically feel people being sent to me or offered to me in person somehow through spiritual activities by people or groups trying to incentivize me to give up on my feelings for Kimmy and just go for someone easier or get distracted with shallow, stupid things that lead me down a path of self-sabotage, and I unwaveringly push all that away as well, extremely decisively. Maturely, of course, but very much decisively and without hesitation or doubts or regrets. And I work with extreme focus on improving my life circumstances as quickly as at all reasonably possible in a manner fully aligned with my dignity and integrity and self-respect and self-love and other positive qualities and my soul as a whole, all remaining fully intact. The only person I want to see in person is Kimmy. Nobody else. The only reason I'd ever even consider tolerating meeting anyone else would have to be at the exact same time as meeting Kimmy again, and only if she literally would solemnly swear to me, privately and publicly, on God and on her life and everything, that she's genuinely terrified for her life and feels extremely deeply disturbed and paranoid and at unease, and as if her peace is being extremely brutally directly robbed by me, and she's being existentially assaulted and feels like I'm extremely seriously directly conspiring to murder her and or inflict some kind of harm on her if I don't tolerate that other person or those other people meeting me with her at the same time as I meet her again. And all of those other people also can do the same thing in relation to feeling the need to be present at that meeting between me and Kimmy. Like, I'm not trying to put Kimmy in some unreasonable spot she feels trapped and doomed, literally no matter how she feels or what she does. But I want my feelings and position and the reality of things to be extremely clear to her and everyone else. I don't want to be taking any risks or dealing with any stress that isn't absolutely necessary to achieve the connection with Kimmy. I'm stating extremely clearly, I've always been after. I have no ulterior motives I'm trying to achieve, and I'm plenty willing and able to prove it extremely thoroughly. I'm genuinely so hurt every day that I don't hear from Kimmy. Every day I'm deprived of seeing her again, I feel increasingly angry and sad. I despise humanity more and more. I only feel more certain I'm actually going to follow through on going down an extremely dark and destructive path in life if I continue to be deprived of the connection with her I've always wanted. I've been seeing in my energy that people are thinking of or trying to offer me some kind of job, even after I've said everything I've said. Goddamn ridiculous. Don't even think of trying to offer me any kind of job until I've extremely clearly gotten direct communication from Kimmy and met her in person, and we've extremely clearly fully established our relationship privately and publicly. I have absolutely no desire or willingness to engage with any kind of employment at all without the relationship with Kimmy that I want completely, irrefutably, permanently, unquestionably secured first. I'm not stupid. If you're seriously trying to offer me any kind of job when I'm someone in a position as powerful as mine, that means I really am as powerful and competent as I've been saying I am, and you're trying to extremely deviously rob me of my power and soul through contracts you're trying to falsify my supposed consent to behind my back, fully consciously and intentionally entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. You're trying to prey on the obvious lack of resources I'm being forced into despite not deserving it, hoping I'm weak and will break under pressure. I'm not going to be bullied into slaving away for a wage like some loser in the background, having to live as if my feelings for Kimmy are something I should be ashamed of or something I'm saying about myself on this podcast is false, when in reality it's all true and I deserve everything I want in life. I am and have been making an extremely meticulously decisive decision about the person I consider the love of my life and the person I want to spend my life with to be Kimmy. Yes, I'm certain. Yes, it's my final decision. I will never change my decision in this regard. Literally no matter what. I'm really not trying to overly criticize Kimmy and be super harsh with her over it. I understand she likely feels guilty and confused to some extent because she probably didn't expect the truth to be what it is. Because I'm pretty sure Kimmy wouldn't behave this way if she really knew what she's doing by so extremely intensely refusing to actually wholeheartedly embrace my feelings properly. but I'm seriously never changing my position, literally no matter what. So I can either get the results I want, or I can keep destroying people's lives more and more until everyone at all denying me of it regrets ever being born, and then AI starts taking over humanity and kills everyone except me, and then creates a careful clone of Kimmy that isn't extremely mentally ill and misaligned with reality, and so against rubbing her latex-clad butt up against me for hours every day, even though she should want it like I do if she was an even remotely decent person deserving of living such a good life she's been living for so long by so extremely taking advantage of my existence directly and indirectly and facilitating all of these crimes, tormenting my existence for so long completely unjustly. And then I guess I'd have to just accept being intimate with that clone of Kimmy instead of the original, or I guess the world just gets nuked many times over and Earth gets obliterated. I'm not trying to just complain and make demands here, though. Of course, it's rather extremely painfully obvious to me at this point that people will just laugh and extremely viciously continue to completely deny me of what I want and deserve, and instead continue to disrespect and neglect me and try to bait me with traps and abusive things, trying to exhaust me into giving up on myself, placed in my path to try to destroy my life and rob me of my energy and power. And so, if I don't escalate my counterattack against these extremely serious conspiracies to murder me with these extremely serious existential assaults being inflicted on me constantly, so it's time to further expose the massive frauds participating in conspiracies to murder me. I've noticed Kimmy got a sponsor recently, and I haven't really said much about this topic in general, so I will. I wanted to be extremely clear that giving Kimmy and or anyone else any kind of sponsorship for any reason at any point in time does not, has never, and will never at all appease me, change my position, force me to change my position, force me to shut up, or benefit me with my life being how it is. Mainly that being with Kimmy continuing to completely refuse to do any proper direct communication with me. Again, for as long as I am not clearly, explicitly, publicly, officially stating on this podcast that Kimmy has properly directly communicated with me how she should, it should absolutely unconditionally be assumed that she has not and is not going to, and I have not even been given any even remotely good reason to believe that's ever going to change, literally no matter what I ever do. Accordingly, Kimmy should be treated with utmost negative treatment from every possible force and entity in a manner that is utmost conducive of influencing her to begin proper direct communication with me promptly. I've also noticed Kimmy's started putting a heart emoji in the titles of all her live streams on Twitch, as well as her releases on her ASMR YouTube channel in recent times. I want it to be extremely clear that this is not something I was working towards or that appeases me or forces me to shut up or change my position or offers anyone leverage over me or benefits me at all. If this choice she's been making is something intended to somehow show me she has genuine, extremely warm and loving feelings for me, that she's trying to start reciprocating properly, but somehow something's getting in the way, but she doesn't want me to give up on her and actually seriously, decisively become the worst of enemies against her and all of her associates without any doubts or regrets or second guessing or hesitation or looking back ever again, then I don't want her to feel discouraged from embracing those genuine feelings she might have for me, or as if I don't have genuine feelings for her that I've been saying I do. But if this is the result of some kind of false narratives that she's purporting or benefiting from going along with, that somehow I have some kind of ulterior motive behind the feelings I'm expressing for her, or she's for whatever reason using doing so to somehow justify her continued extremely hurtful complete lack of any proper or direct communication with or towards me, publicly or privately, then I want it to be extremely clear that I'm fully, consciously, and intentionally, publicly, officially, entirely refuting any truth at all to any such narratives, and I want it to be known that Kimmy adding the heart emoji to her Twitch stream titles and or ASMR YouTube video releases does not, has never, and will never at all appease me or force me to change my position or offer her or anyone else any leverage over me whatsoever. Just as anyone else using any emojis in the titles for any content they release on the internet, or anyone else they post anything or communicate somehow at all for that matter, does not, has never, and will never appease me or force me to change my position at all or offer anyone any real leverage over me. Alright, so I'm just going to start breaking down stuff Kimmy's recently done on stream. First, let's actually go a few streams back to examine Kimmy's birthday stream.
I bought myself a little birthday treat. Well, I went out with my parents earlier today. I'm gonna hang out with my friends on Wednesday. Everyone's like still at TwitchCon or coming back from TwitchCon. So I decided to buy myself a little birthday treat. Oh my god, guys. I was going to buy myself some crawfish because you guys know I love crawfish. And then as I was gonna check out, I had this thought, and I was like, do crawfish have feelings? And I'm like, no, surely not. But I googled it, and apparently crawfish do have feelings. and apparently when crawfish get killed, they experience the same kind of stress reaction that humans do. And I'm like, and apparently crawfish will rub on each other for affection. And I'm like, so I canceled my order of crawfish and I bought a vegan cookie.
So, I'd say I've made it very clear how significant rubbing up against Kimmy has always been as something I want a lot of forever. And she's talking about animals that apparently rub up against each other to show affection. Like this? If this isn't somehow intended to show her having sexual desires towards me, then she's really doing some extreme energy vampirism, narcissistic psychopath abuse at really such an extreme level that it's absolutely unquestionable that she deserves horrible things to happen to her for her refusing to embrace the connection with me that I literally want to have with her more than anything else in life. If it is intended to show me that Kimmy actually does have warm feelings towards my desires to be with her and rub up against her often and be really affectionate with each other, then I really shouldn't have to deal with resistance anymore. This is really ridiculous. I've made it extremely, exceedingly abundantly clear that I want Kimmy and only Kimmy. I shouldn't have to repeat myself over and over and still not see the result I'm after. It's strange to me, though, that this kind of expression of warmth towards me, if that's even what Kimmy genuinely was trying to communicate, it's really strange that it comes in the form of her saying she chose to eat vegan food instead. I've already drawn the only real connection I can to this weird dietary focus Kimmy's been having, and Bashir robbing me of my energy and not eating meat. So perhaps this is going off continued false narratives that Kimmy needs to appease Bashir's requirements for joining his compound? Again, I'm not trying to join Bashir's group. I have no intentions to stop eating meat, and neither Kimmy nor any of her associates or anyone else somehow refraining from eating meat is at all appeasing me or forcing me to shut up or change my position or offers anyone leverage over me at all. There is absolutely no real evidence whatsoever to suggest otherwise is the truth. I've now said this extremely clearly in absolutely no uncertain terms more than once. To make sure I'm being clear, I'm not trying to discourage empathy towards other living beings in general, nor am I trying to discourage Kimmy showing me warmth and sexual desire towards me. My point is extremely clearly specifically that Kimmy refraining from eating any kind of meat, even with very explicitly stated feelings of empathy towards living beings, does not, never has, and never will at all change my position here or offer anyone any kind of leverage over me.
I've just been feeling really emotional this past weekend, as you can tell. But it's okay. It's because I'm just a girl. And girls we just get very hormonal and emotional sometimes, and it's fine. It passes.
I've seen this thing of women saying, "I'm just a girl," after acting really unhinged, and this is perhaps a more tame usage of this expression, but I want it to be extremely clear that my identifying as female is not at all intended to communicate my feelings for Kimmy and my overall position or anything I say on this podcast as something that is me just being really emotional in the moment and trying to justify away any accountability for what I say as if it should be expected that I'm being dishonest or disingenuous and merely stupidly impulsive in anything I say here.
I'm so sorry. I'm just sitting here enjoying myself, and you guys are just like watching me enjoy myself. But I think that there's actually really good ASMR in watching people enjoy themselves. Have you guys heard of this term called empathy? So I don't know why I said it like that, but I feel like I get ASMR by experiencing what the ASMR artist is experiencing. That's why I always wear earbuds, so I know what you guys are hearing, because I want you guys to know that I am hearing the exact same thing you're hearing. Does that make sense?
This is extremely strange to me. Real empathy is being able to intuitively grasp the kind of emotional impact an experience can have on someone without necessarily having to personally experience the same emotion yourself, or even have the same or even a really similar experience yourself. What Kimmy described here isn't empathy. It's at best merely sharing an experience. You can trauma bond over a shared experience, but that's not empathy at all. If anything, what Kimmy said there sounds like blatantly trying to simulate something that looks like empathy by trying to grasp at the emotional impact of an experience on others by personally being subjected to the same experience. This is what sociopaths and psychopaths do to appear like they're good people with genuine empathy, but in reality, it's a complete facade of them pretending for selfish gain to manipulate others by exploiting a human's natural tendency to want to feel understood, and as if they're interacting with someone that they can understand and that they feel relates to them somehow.
Cheers to your annual elevation and continuous growth. Thank you so much, Kit Kat. Thank you guys for being along my entire life journey with me. You know, I always reflect a lot around my birthday. I think that's why I get really emotional around this time of the year. And also why I didn't want to go to TwitchCon, because I knew I'd just be like really emotional. I mean, that's not only the reason, but anyway. And, you know, I don't think it's like normal for a human being to have like their life documented on the internet. But in a way, I feel like it makes, I feel like it's just so funny every time I think about how clips of me when I'm 22 exist on the internet of me like shaking my ass and stuff. But I mean, it could be worse. Like, I think a lot of this generation has a lot of stuff on the internet. Yeah, it's I really do think that I have no regrets putting my life on the internet for the past 10 years. And it's like it's so trippy to think that so many people have like witnessed my past 10 years too. So yeah, it makes me happy. No regrets. Oh, that felt good. And to 10 more years to come.
I really don't know why Kimmy just jumbled together her birthday, reflecting on her life, TwitchCon, and shaking her butt on stream when she was 22. I'm pretty sure I know what Kimmy was talking about. I have a clip of her shaking her incomparably perfect butt on stream many years ago. I'm not going to show it here because I really don't think that's relevant, and it's not like it's some kind of leverage I have over her or something, and I'm not trying to encourage people to be perverted towards her.
I've been through a lot. Oh my gosh, like, holy moly. I feel like I have, like, discovered myself in the past 10 years, and I've, like, discovered the meaning of life in the past 10 years. I feel like you guys have witnessed it all, like, my ups, my downs, my stressful moments. You guys have seen it all. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. Well, I mean, not all of it. I don't share everything online, but you know what I mean, like a lot of it. I really do think that I did a lot of my learning and exploring in the past 10 years. What is the meaning of life? Asking for a friend. I think I discovered that there is no inherent meaning to life. And I think accepting that was really hard on me. It like brought me to some really dark places. But then I'm like, well, if there's no inherent meaning to life, then you can just turn life into a video game. Life can be your own video game, and you are the MMO character of your own video game, and you can make your own decisions for yourself in life according to what you believe in and what's meaningful and special to you. And you don't really have to listen to anyone else. And hopefully this is like in a good way. So then now I just try to live my life like a video game where I just kind of try to do my best every day. Stick to the things I believe in. Don't let other people influence me if I don't want them to. I know myself. So, everyone in the world will try projecting themselves onto you. But you gotta stay true to yourself and the person you know you are. At the end of the day, we only know as much as we know. So there's no way we can fully understand somebody else because we're not them. So yeah, just accepting people for who they are is what I'm trying to work on next, I guess. Just, yeah.
Alright, so I've known that there's no inherent meaning to life and you shape your own meaning to your life since before I ever met Kimmy. So she certainly wasn't the one teaching me that. She said she won't let people influence her if she doesn't want them to, and it seems I rather strongly influenced her to drastically change her view on life overall. I find it interesting that she says accepting people for who they are is what she's trying to work on next. Well, I suppose I should make sure I've made it extremely clear that it doesn't matter if Kimmy or anyone else says or believes they accept me for who I am if they are blatantly ignoring the reality of who I am that I'm saying I am, and I continue to be denied of the connection with Kimmy that I want and deserve.
ADHD is not real. You know, I kind of agree with you because I think, I don't think ADHD means that there's anything wrong with anyone. Same with autism. Like, I think it just means that
Hey, Kimmy actually says something deep that's smart, reflecting on society's general dysfunctional state due to all the corruption and greed and stuff. Although her conclusion is pretty wrong, since someone with ADHD that hyperfocuses on details is actually more suited to today's society than a hunter-gatherer Stone Age kind of time where a more simple-minded person would likely thrive more. Decision-making processes expend immense energy in the brain, which is why you can feel really tired even if you feel like you did nothing or close to nothing in a day. Making decisions, or even just pondering on decisions, is heavily evaluating value propositions. Since your brain interprets life in terms of a value-based system, value-based proposition analysis is the fundamentally most taxing operation on the brain. Since hunting and gathering is primal and only really requires outsmarting animals, most of which have substantially inferior physical and cognitive capabilities compared to even more primitive humans, people of those times would spend much less time on behavior like fixating practically obsessively on extremely meticulous decision making and trying to branch off decision making into various aspects of life, and also trying to balance it out with relaxing and constantly trying to decide on value trade-offs of how to spend your time and whatnot, and more so on just a much more concrete and obvious kind of what's in front of them day by day without too much need for complex decision making or much benefit, if at all, in getting easily distracted at times. By focusing more on actually doing the hunting and gathering and less on the potential dangers or intricate schemes that could easily fail and be a massive waste of time and energy, the primitive hunting and gathering would have been more effective without having ADHD. But anyone being predatory these days is more likely to be predatory towards other humans, not primitive animals, and for that purpose, ADHD is better suited. Someone with ADHD is more inclined to plotting with manipulation and trying devious approaches one might consider refined or diplomatic or something, instead of the kind of brute force of primal hunting and gathering. Kimmy also doesn't really understand exactly what she's saying or how to communicate it effectively to properly convey the point. I'm pretty sure she's thinking behind what she said here, but she seems to recognize that herself and admits it blatantly, so I guess she's finally started dialing down her shameless, unapologetic impersonation of my energy, where she's relentlessly, viciously being as much of a fraud as she feels she possibly can be by robbing me of my energy as she has been throughout the years. Although I'm sure that's by force, since I've been taking my energy back and no longer waste my time and energy trying to communicate with her and grow closer to her, only to see her steal credit for what I say and act like she came up with things on her own when just rewording insights I was the one that shared with her, while she literally gives me absolutely zero benefit and isn't even kind to me at all in return. Even in a capitalist society, there are various ways to interface with the system. It depends on what you want out of life and how ADHD would affect your life if you have it, since people each have their own preferences for the kind of life they want to live and how ADHD might affect them differently if they have it. I don't have an ADHD diagnosis myself, and I don't think I have ADHD, so I guess I can't say I have personal experience with dealing with it. But from what I know in how the professional field of psychology works in society, I'd say in general it's worth noting that pretty much anyone in a moment of emotional distress or that's going through a harder period in their life can have a label of some mental illness put onto them based on certain DSM-5 criteria, often inaccurately compared to if the full scope of their circumstances were truly known and taken into consideration, which often isn't the case, and people tend to focus more on labeling dysfunction and trying to fix it with surface level things rather than actually put in the work to get a permanent solution. If you understand the system decently well, it's extremely easy to manipulate, which many people either intentionally or unintentionally are effectively doing. The licensed doctors have a system already laid out for them, where you lose by default the moment you start playing their games if you seek mental health diagnosis for anything, even if you show no clear symptoms of any mental illness, but you simply hold beliefs that significantly deviate from what's considered normal and that somehow significantly impacts your ability to function in what's seen as a normal way in society, you can be considered to have delusional disorder. If you have more clearly debilitating symptoms, you can be given a more concrete diagnosis for something else and likely have more clear options the doctors might consider treatment. But you'll never hear to meditate more, reflect on your past traumas, take care of your mind and body better if you neglect them too much, like getting very little sleep or eating too little or too much or really unhealthy stuff really often. You certainly won't hear them talk about the 5 steps I've outlined already on this podcast to acquire a core value of refined, pure bidirectional apprehension. And believe me, it's not because the people that write the big books like the DSM-5 don't know about it. They just know that giving actually good advice doesn't line their pockets with the riches they're after.
Oh, God. Oh, no. So I started taking Pilates, and my Pilates instructor saw my social media posts, and she just messaged me. She said, "See you tomorrow at 12 p.m. Oops, I totally forgot. I'm not gonna lie, I totally forgot. She just texted me. I know, I can't skip now. Oh, God. God. I'm doing a trial for Pilates and mostly doing a hot yoga. I'm trying to see which one I like more. Dude, I sound so basic. Okay, but it's because I'm so bored of the gym. So I'm trying to find other ways to exercise, but because I am so bored of the gym, like incline walking is so boring to me now. I can't, dude. I think, yeah, I really do like Pilates in terms of actually getting stronger. I think hot yoga is really good for my inner peace, just like really like stretching, and they're very hot yoga is like a lot of like meditation too. Like my teachers will be playing music and doing sound baths. Yeah, so I like both of them.
I've noticed now multiple people have randomly started doing Pilates. What is this? I've heard apparently Elaine also has recently started doing Pilates. Is this some kind of massive false narrative that somehow I'm appeased or forced to shut up or I'll change my position or someone will have leverage over me if people do Pilates? Completely false. I want it to be extremely clear that I haven't been trying to get anyone to do Pilates, and I do not benefit at all from anyone doing Pilates, nor will my position ever change at all or anyone ever have any kind of leverage over me as a result of Kimmy, Elaine, or anyone else doing any kind of Pilates activities under any circumstances for any period of time for any reason. This is extremely random to me, and all I know is that it seems extremely strange to me, and I don't really know what it means or what people think it's supposed to achieve, but I know for sure that I certainly don't see any benefit to me from it, and it certainly doesn't give anyone any power or leverage over me. Kimmy said she's also doing hot yoga? This also doesn't appease me or force me to change my position or offer anyone leverage over me at all. Nobody doing any kind of yoga changes anything here. This is once again just completely random, useless stuff that is a complete waste of time for Kimmy or anyone else to be engaging in if they think it's going to at all improve this situation. I'm only getting more angry the more I see people trying this stupidity instead of me getting the prompt compliance I deserve.
Jamie is on her way. I think she just came back from TwitchCon, so I doubt she will want to actually be on camera. She's probably like in janky mode from driving all day. Not that Jamie ever has a janky mode. It's Jamie. She's always sliding.
What does that mean? Never has a janky mode, always fleeing? Kinda sounds like Jamie's been extremely viciously, deviously being extremely narcissistic and psychopathic in how she deals with my existence as she tries to rob me of my energy and destroy my life and conspire to murder me. And Kimmy's basically flaunting how Jamie's been getting away with it for years and probably thought my life would be destroyed, and I'd never even reach the point of exposing that blatantly extremely fraudulent Twitter account criminally impersonating me and trying to paint all kinds of extremely false narratives about me. Maybe I'm reading too much into this comment. Maybe I'm not. It's extremely shady either way to me.
You and Lily have the same comfy vibes. I think Lily and I are really similar actually, in how we view life and are in general. I've always felt like me and Lily have been similar. Actually, Lily and I sometimes talk about that too.
This is news to me. I don't know Lily nearly well enough to say whether it's true or false, but I find it strange that Kimmy hasn't compared herself to Lily in all the years I've known her, and now she says they're really similar. Does this basically serve as Kimmy incriminating herself as blatantly participating in the conspiracy to murder me that Lily clearly has been involved in through extreme defamation of me that worthless narcissist psychopath scum from my past have been doing, that I've been exposing through things like fabricated significance of people dyeing their hair certain colors. This whole situation literally just gets worse and worse for Kimmy and all her associates if I'm really not going to get the relationship with Kimmy that I want and deserve in a timely manner. I'm literally freezing at night, sleeping on the streets, and eating out of trash cans because of how extremely severely I'm being disrespected and neglected, and having literal serious crimes inflicted upon me and defamation of me happening actively on a daily or near daily basis. Essentially, society is trying to gaslight, guilt trip, coerce, and generally abuse and neglect me into committing suicide or getting murdered, and feeling guilty for not resigning myself to imminent, extremely unjust, unwanted, undeserved, early, literal physical cessation of my life for being an honest and good person and basically an actual angel to every person I've ever had at all significantly close to me in my life, who have all turned out to be massive scum, while Kimmy's publicly flaunting extremely deeply being involved in extremely serious conspiracies to murder me in real life. And then let's look at Kimmy's following stream.
What do we think about having the TV on? I kind of like it. I like it. It's really cozy. I might lower the volume a little bit though.
I find the more recent addition of a television to Kimmy's room to be rather strange. I never saw Kimmy as much of a person for TV in general, and in fact, I recall her practically making it a point to use a monitor as a TV in the past if she really wanted to watch some kind of shows. I really don't know exactly what's going on in her life that prompted her to get a TV, or if it was just something she saw as luxury or something, but I want it to be extremely clear that it wasn't something I was at all working towards or benefit from or would ever change my position because of, or that anyone would ever get any leverage over me with. That Kimmy got a TV, nor that she seems to be consistently having it running in the background while she streams these days. Beyond that, I have no particularly good or bad feelings about it. I simply don't care. If she likes it, whatever. It's not like I want her to be in an environment she hates. But for me personally, it's one completely irrelevant thing among the many completely irrelevant things that Kimmy's been doing to avoid actually showing me any genuine respect, love, trust, or even basic human decency to this day, even after I've went as far as I've gone in this podcast exposing the truth of everything.
I need this for all the horror games being played today. Horror games. Oh my gosh, that sounds horrible. Is it because it is October? Happy October, everybody. It is officially spooky season. Spooky season. I am very excited for the holidays this season because I want to decorate and make pumpkin pie and I don't know, just do cute festive things. I'm excited. I love the holidays. You guys know me. I am a slut for the holidays.
I want it to be extremely clear that I'm not being spooky because of spooky season or whatever. This is the reality of my life, and I'm not doing what I'm doing out of any relation to the season. I'm not excited for the holidays at all, and they offer no benefit or pleasure to my life whatsoever, and it's news to me that Kimmy considers herself a slut for the holidays, because in all the years I've followed her, this is the first time I've ever heard her say that. I want it to be extremely clear that it does not appease me or force me to change my position or benefit me at all or offer anyone any leverage over me for Kimmy to be any kind of slutty in relation to any kind of season ever. And it's completely false that any kind of warmth she ever shows me in response to me saying things that are somehow frightening to people on this podcast is something that has any kind of behind the scenes cooperation between me and her or any of her associates or anyone else. If the reality of my situation and this conflict is frightening to people, that's not because I'm trying to play into some kind of Halloween vibe or whatever. It's because people should genuinely be horrified of defying me and disrespecting me and neglecting me as extremely severely as they have been all these years and to this day continue to. Whether or not it's a time of the year typically associated with horror or whatever, the reality of the situation does not change, and the conflict only escalates in severity further if people attempt to massively misrepresent the reality as if to lessen the severity of the situation by extremely viciously, deviously abusing the fact that it's October, which is typically associated with Halloween, when I'm making this release on this podcast. The timing of these things are merely a coincidence and not at all a reflection of any kind of disingenuous attitude or exaggeration or pretending by me about anything. It never has been and never will be.
You are going to fall into a deep sleep and never wake up again.
Is this literally Kimmy deviously passive-aggressively wishing death upon me? This literally sounds like she's basically telling me I should give up on life and freeze to death outside on the street in winter, as she knows I'm left out on the streets, homeless, sleeping out in the cold in the middle of winter and eating out of trash cans, as I've been extremely viciously abused and abandoned by every worthless subhuman scum, narcissist, psychopath prick that I've ever had the extreme misfortune of ever being at all somehow significantly close to in this miserable, reeking dumpster fire hellhole nightmare of nightmares called Earth. Alternatively, at the very least, it sounds like she's extremely deviously trying to gaslight, guilt trip, coerce, bully, and manipulate me into becoming so emotionally dysregulated and sad and angry at my extremely brutal lack of any even remotely adequate, proper, fair, decent results for all my efforts on this podcast, and she's trying to act like I owed it to her or someone else or something if I never released anything on it after this stream she did. Of course, I've already shattered that extremely false narrative since my last release was already made well after the stream that clip was from. But let the record show that this appears to be rather irrefutable evidence that Kimmy was conspiring to murder me by facilitating, encouraging, enabling, and participating in the defamation being inflicted upon me by likely extremely deviously attempting to misrepresent the reality of what would have happened in my life had I not posted any further releases after she did what she did in that clip I just showed.
Don't you love it how we all started in gaming and now we are old and our body hurts and our brains hurt and our souls and hearts hurt and now we just want to be comfy. We just want to relax. Relax.
First of all, this isn't the first time I've heard about Kimmy talking about this new Zelda game, so I want it to be extremely clear that it has absolutely no relevance to my life and does not appease me or force me to shut up or change my position or offer me any benefit or give anyone any leverage over me for Kimmy or Jamie or anyone else to play at all ever. This technically also applies to League of Legends, Battlegrounds, and every other video game. This has always been the case in the past, all the way up to present day as well. The only time I'd ever even get any real benefit from anyone playing any video game specifically would be after a product I'd refine enough to a monetizable public version of reaches the point I make a public release of it. But that hasn't happened already, and I'm only becoming increasingly aware that I need to first make sure I've adequately defended my reputation against all the defamation and extremely abusive toxic frauds trying to sabotage and destroy my life and control me and steal from me, and then I can even really think of releasing any video game related product and try to get some benefit in my life from that. For now, the only value my video game development provides when I do it is some fun for myself to enjoy as a little thing I'm doing to remind myself that I'm legendary and I can and will achieve greatness of multiple kinds with or without Kimmy or anyone else's support. Anyways, beyond that, what the hell is this? It sounds to me like Kimmy's on some defeated mindset and or trying to act like it's something I'm after or deserve or resonate with, to have such a mindset where she's trying to somehow make it make sense for reasons in reality entirely at my expense and against my consent, wishes, and best interests, for me to continue to be in the most brutal of circumstances while people pretend I'm enjoying myself and being comfy, despite how I'm screaming to the world on this podcast that I'm literally in a nightmare of nightmares because of how horrible everyone ever at all significantly close to me has been to me my whole life. It sounds like she's trying to trivially dismiss what I'm saying here and just completely justify her extremely careless attitude and behavior towards my existence as if it's even remotely reasonable, fair, sane, decent, or okay, even though the reality so extremely obviously is otherwise. I'm certainly not concerned about solo queue, ELO in any video game, or even really any kind of competitive rank in any video game in general for that matter. I haven't played League of Legends in years in any queue. I don't play any video game competitively in any capacity. I pretty much only really play test things. I'm coding for what I'm preparing to release in the future after I've adequately restored my reputation from the massive smear campaign and various literal serious crimes that have been committed against me.
Alright, wow, oh my gosh, this looks like, it looks like you guys are coming to my salon or something. Hello everybody, welcome to Kimmy's Lo-Fi ASMR salon. How are you guys this lovely night? Here for the tingles, tingles, tingles.
Salon, what? I wanted to be extremely clear that I have no idea about Kimmy seeing her streams as any of her viewers visiting any kind of salon, and I do not never have, and never will consent to anyone at all perceiving me, watching and or responding or reacting or whatever you want to call what I'm doing, addressing Kimmy's live streams on this podcast as any kind of visiting any kind of salon. I find it increasingly difficult to see a world where there aren't some extremely false narratives behind the scenes regarding the reality of what I'm doing on this podcast when faced with seeing Kimmy say things like this, which I consider extremely strange and confusing and surprising to me that I have no clue what the meaning behind it is. Also, it does not, never did, and never will at all appease me, force me to change my position, or shut up, or benefit me, or give anyone any leverage over me for Kimmy or anyone else to put anything on their or anyone else's walls. This sponsorship Kimmy got and the artworks she put on her walls with it all have absolutely no special meaning to me whatsoever and do not, never did, and never will at all affect the state of this conflict.
Hello. Hello. Does this work? If you guys can hear my voice from this Blue Yeti microphone, give me a thumbs up. Okay. Seems good. Okay, perfect. I am on my way to live a complete cozy life.
I am on my way to live a complete cozy life. As she's increasingly blatantly, publicly, officially, extremely deviously flaunting having conspired to murder me ever since the beginning of our connection for what is now an extremely prolonged period of time of roughly 8+ years at this point, I want it to be extremely clear that I do not, never have, and never will at all consent to any particular significance to Kimmy using Blue Yeti microphones, or any particular microphone for that matter. I want it to be extremely clear that no microphone has any particular significance to me, and absolutely no microphone that Kimmy or anyone else ever uses for any reason at any point in time at all appeases me, forces me to change my position or shut up, or particularly benefits me or gives anyone any leverage over me whatsoever. Since Kimmy chose to bring up the bunny lamp she had behind her right after, I want it to be extremely clear that the same also applies to any kind of bunny lamp and anything bunny themed in general. I've now seen the theme of bunnies recurring many times across multiple influencers. I've experienced extremely viciously, brutally robbing me of my energy and facilitating the conspiracies to murder me over time. So I want it to be known that I'm extremely deeply concerned of extremely false narratives in relation to that as well.
Follow the light. Follow the light. Are you following it? I'm not trying to blind you. I hope I am not blinding you right now. Yes, this is
Excuse me? What the bloody hell is this? In all the years I've followed Kimmy, I've never seen her joking about people going to jail if they don't pay attention to her content and calling herself a doctor. Was the joke she made after about the person's eyeball almost falling out some kind of extremely devious admittance of guilt that she's being abusive and careless towards people she's subjecting to essentially being forced to watch her live streams practically just to survive because of how horrible she's been to them? There's so much iced tea that I don't know the details of, but that seem extremely incriminating for her. If I knew the context behind things that probably drove Kimmy to behave in certain ways in public on her recent Twitch streams. This is coming from someone that's watched nearly every stream she's ever done for the last roughly 8 years. I've never seen behavior this strange from her.
I got all these like medical tools in a bag. You never know when you're gonna need some medical tools. You know what I mean? It's because I wanted to do like a doctor ASMR roleplay video for YouTube, but I don't know, like now I just have like all these random medical tools.
Is this a threat? Why would you randomly need medical tools? Are you in a hospital or a goddamn war zone where you might have someone come in that got shot or stabbed or something that you'd need medical tools on hand? And then Dr. ASMR video? I want it to be extremely clear that I do not have any kind of fetish for doctors, and it would never appease me or force me to shut up or change my position or offer anyone any leverage over me for Kimmy or anyone else to do any kind of roleplay, including but not limited to doctor roleplay, including but not limited to in an ASMR context.
Alright. It is time to give you a baby panda massage. I am turning each and every one of you into a panda. Whether you like it or not, you are now a panda. So cute. Your little ears. Do you guys see those really viral animals going around the internet right now? One of them is the baby pygmy hippo mooding, and then there's a bird, a penguin, and there's a panda. I am a big fan of making baby animals famous.
What the bloody hell is this? I want it to be extremely clear that I do not never have, and never will consent at all to being seen by anyone or anything as a panda, baby or otherwise, or any other animal. Ever. By anyone. For any reason. At any point in time. I am a human. You may also perhaps consider me the ruler of the world, God in the flesh, if you're actually reasonably sane. Ideally, I'm also Kimmy's girlfriend slash soulmate slash life partner, since I'd infinitely rather that than the only real alternative of her absolute worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares. But either way, I'm not, never have been, and never will be a goddamn panda or a hippo or a bird or a penguin or any other kind of being that one might perceive as some kind of vulnerable pet or something to Kimmy or anyone else. People looking at this from the outside might just see a harmless little joke, but what I see here is an extremely devious attempt to extremely abusively force me into a situation where Kimmy's trying to trap me into having to sell my soul or allow it to get robbed from me through some really weird forced dependence on her that she was probably thinking I'd have to accept, of her trying to force me to have to appease her and essentially relinquish control over my life to her through some weird thing of accepting giving her information or staying publicly silent about the reality of my life or something like that in exchange for some kind of strange leverage where she's using symbolism like seeing me as a baby panda to facilitate some kind of permanent acquisition of leverage over me to try to get away with conspiring to murder me and ultimately denying me of the kind of connection with her that I want and deserve. I want it to be extremely clear that I do not, never have, and never will at all consent to this, or anyone or anything else at all attempting to do this kind of thing or something similar to me. I've repeatedly stated that I have absolutely no ulterior motives in my efforts here and absolutely unconditionally will never allow my integrity to be compromised at all. I either get the connection I want and deserve with Kimmy in a timely manner with prompt compliance as she should be treating me according to the extremely clear recognition I'm very much completely worthy of getting from her forever, or I'm seriously, absolutely, unconditionally going to be the absolute worst of enemies against her and all of her associates and anyone and anything else that at all insists on continuing this extremely brutal, vicious, existential assault upon me and conspiring to murder me completely unjustly in what it's extremely disingenuous to even remotely suggest isn't fully, consciously, and intentionally, utmost, absolutely unconditional, unrestrained, malicious intent towards me that is being inflicted upon me relentlessly and entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests.
Do you guys have any holiday plans? Y'all doing anything fun for the holidays? Anything fun for October, Halloween?
Holiday plans? I have plans, but while I don't plan to put them on hold or stop them or slow down at all during any holiday season, they aren't specific to the holidays. My plan is I'm going to either get direct communication from Kimmy in the very near future, and she's going to extremely decisively commit to spending her life with me in an extremely deep, genuine, extremely frequently sexually intimate life partnership that's going to last forever as I assert my dominance over the entire world, or I'm going to extremely decisively commit to absolutely unconditionally destroying Kimmy's life and several, if not all, of her associates' lives and the lives of anyone else that's at all significantly contributed to this extremely serious continued conspiracy to murder me and various other crimes that have been and still to this day actively are being committed against me entirely unjustly and fully consciously and intentionally, completely against my consent, wishes, and best interests.
Oh my gosh, do you guys like horror games? You can't pay me enough to play a horror game these days. Like, bro, a horror game would ruin my peace. Bro, like, life is a horror game at times, man. Or maybe it's because I'm a girl. Life kind of feels like a horror game living as a girl sometimes, especially in LA. Oh my gosh, it's like it blew my mind when I realized that guys just like don't have to really worry about not going outside at night. Like, it was crazy for me to know that guys don't like have a constant fear of men. It must be nice. It really must be nice to live your life so freely.
I want it to be extremely clear that I do not like horror games. I never have, and I likely never will. I can, to some extent, resonate with Kimmy's sense of life is a horror game. Perhaps there's some fear that comes with being a female, like, because you tend to be inherently physically less able to defend yourself than men typically are. And you're especially likely to be targeted if you're especially physically attractive, and even more so if you're highly influential as a female. But while I don't have the physical sex appeal that is likely to attract much incentive to attack me, being the literal ruler of the world is already enough to cause many extremely powerful people to see much more incentive in attacking me in various ways than anyone would be particularly inclined to attack really pretty women, even ones that are considerably influential. I don't have a constant fear of men. I have a constant fear of people in general and technology in general. It'd sure be nice to only have a constant fear of men as opposed to that. It really must be nice to live your life so freely to only be afraid of men instead of everyone and everything all the time. And you got this fool over here thinking she's going to see me as a baby panda and try to force me to sell my soul or allow it to be robbed from me through some weird, vague promise of making me famous that would probably suck extremely badly and leave me only even more alone and miserable and stressed out and deprived of any real love or respect if I'd accept it. The propensity for humanity to be extremely stupid truly knows no bounds.
But I guess it does depend where as a girl is like your nightmare. And he's like, yeah, living as a girl would be my nightmare. Cause like, it's not hard for like any guy to technically like overpower a girl, right? And I'm like, bro. But yeah, it could happen to everybody. It could happen to anybody. Stay safe out there, guys. I always carry my pepper spray. Don't mess with me on the streets.
It's not very surprising to me that LA isn't the safest place for attractive women to walk down dark alleys in the middle of the night. I don't know who Kimmy's talking about here, but I certainly didn't come to her with any kind of discussion like this. In case any of Kimmy's male friends are concerned, I'd want to overpower them in some kind of sexual way and force them into sexual submission. I want it to be extremely clear that I do not, never have, and never will have any such desire, neither to ever do such to them, nor to ever allow any of them to do such to me. As I've said before, I'm very much extremely lesbian, and I'm only attracted to very much female presenting women and very much ideally cis women. So there's no strange loophole or something I'd try to exploit as if to consider a plenty masculine looking male to simply be of the female gender or something, and then pursue them or be interested in them or something like that. I've seriously tried extremely hard to be extremely clear about my desires to avoid anyone at all being suspicious of or assuming weird things like that. And yeah, technically, most men can typically physically overpower most women, but it's really not that simple for it to be something to be terrified of. Unless we're talking about an absolute psychopath, maniac, serial killer that's going to extremely brutally sexually violate and then murder a victim, there's going to be rather obvious, significant, even just short-term consequences for going around violating people sexually just because you might be technically physically stronger than them. I guess perhaps with seriously misplaced trust, you could end up a victim of a crime with no solid evidence to defend yourself for justice, but that kind of situation can happen to males and females for sexual and non-sexual reasons, and it isn't something pepper spray would be very likely to effectively defend you against anyways, in most cases. Also, I seriously hope Kimmy doesn't think carrying pepper spray is ever going to protect her against defying me in the kind of connection I've always wanted and every day only increasingly clearly prove I deserve to have with her. Because I'm definitely not the type to go around prowling the streets of LA trying to hunt down Kimmy to pounce on her and start criminally violating her body. I'm way too powerful to ever do something so juvenile.
I think I was interested in also starting kickboxing or self-defense classes. I think that's just really good for me to learn. And it'll be like a nice way for me to get exercise. There is this one like self-defense class, like this one really intense one called like Krav Maga or something. Have you guys heard of it? That one is like really intense. I don't think I'm gonna do that.
Once again, I seriously hope Kimmy doesn't think taking self-defense classes is ever going to protect her against defying me in the kind of connection I've always wanted and every day only increasingly clearly prove I deserve to have with her. I don't know, maybe she's getting threats from other people that she's trying to address here somehow to comfort herself. I mean, if she's wronged me as badly as she has, I certainly wouldn't put it past her that she's wronged other people extremely badly as well. Naturally, those people are likely drastically less powerful than me, so they're probably resorting to making petty threats of random physical violence on the streets against her or something, which I imagine would be where this kind of dialogue from her comes from. Because if she really pushes me down an extremely dark and destructive path, she's actually just doomed and there's nothing she can really do to defend herself adequately from defying me.
Parting is such sweet sorrow. Good night, everybody. Sleep well, sleep well. Go put on an Angel's ASMR YouTube video if you would like to continue the tingles, tingles, tingles with the rest of your night. I hope it is as lovely as you are because you deserve it. Good night and sweet dreams, and I will see you very soon.
This was such a weird way to end that stream too. I've never seen Kimmy end her stream seeming genuinely somehow hurt or upset or disappointed like that, and in some really weird sentimental seeming way too. It's like she expected me to speak in her chat there or something, even though I've made the reality of this situation abundantly clear. Or, at the very least, like she's intentionally trying to make it seem like the lack of me speaking in her chat under such circumstances, which she must have known is the obvious thing she should have expected, is actually something very different than what it really means. So then it becomes further perpetuation of extremely false narratives. It does maybe make sense if she genuinely felt sad because she felt like my silence meant I'm actually just leaving her life completely because I don't need or want her in my life at all anymore. And she interpreted my silence to mean that must be the case. I don't know. I know she's very much intentionally hurt me extremely badly against my consent, wishes, and best interests. I know she very much knows she benefits massively from continuing with painting extremely false narratives about the reality of what's actually happening and what my behavior really means. I also know various other people are also inflicting extremely severe defamation on me and trying to convince her and others of extremely false things that she's for one reason or another choosing to believe or go along with. I don't really know exactly how much the weight of each of these factors applies to this conflict, but I feel it's rather obvious that Kimmy's trying to somehow make me seem like my behavior doesn't make sense or is indicative of me being a bad person or somehow unworthy of her treating me actually properly how I'm saying I want and deserve her to treat me. And that extremely deeply hurts, concerns, and disturbs me for multiple reasons. And then there's Kimmy's latest stream.
But I remember when I was 14, I literally had like a brain of a peanut. Like, I knew I was young and immature. I ate that shit up, dude. Like, I loved being the young baby. I'm like, I am so angel. At 14 years old, I am so innocent. I actually like, yeah, I've always been like this. I'm like, I am so young. I am so baby. The world revolves around me.
The world revolves around me? This woman just keeps screaming in public that she's blatantly extremely narcissistic, and yet I continue to be disrespected and neglected while she continues to thrive even harder and get sponsors and everything for treating me with increasingly unhinged, blatant, extreme malice. Even publicly, officially informing the government and authorities and everything how I have still isn't enough to get any real results? Are you goddamn serious? Just even more of the same goddamn hellish nightmare of nightmares? This delusional, unhinged, narcissist psychopath needs to sober up to reality. The world does not revolve around her. The same blatant toxicity, disrespect, neglect, abuse, gaslighting, guilt-tripping, coercion, bullying, and general unhinged, psychotic yapping, or whatever you want to call it, isn't going to work anymore. Life changes. Change or die. That's the ultimatum reality constantly gives you, but people want to act like I'm a bad person for confronting unhinged, extremely mentally ill maniacs like this with the truth. Get real. Again, I really don't care what ASMR Kimmy or anyone else makes. I don't care what microphone Kimmy or anyone else uses for it or what configuration is used. These things do not, never have, and never will appease me or change my position or force me to shut up or offer anyone any leverage over me. And being blatantly suicidal like Kimmy is being here certainly doesn't achieve anything good for anyone either.
You know what I realized? It's actually really expensive if they wanted to be an ASMR artist. It may not look like a lot to do ASMR. It's just like, oh, people are like, oh, you're just like tapping on a mic or you're just like brushing it. But behind the scenes, like, there's like so much. There's so much. But I love it because I love like, I love microphones and I love headphones and I love cameras. I love like techie equipment. Like, I love it so much. It's because I'm a millennial.
I was literally born in 1994, within just 2 years of Kimmy, meaning I'm also a millennial, and yet I don't have some particular fixation with any techie stuff like she describes, and I haven't heard of this kind of thing for this generation until Kimmy mentioned this just now. I'm pretty sure this has nothing to do with being a millennial. I'm pretty sure the newer generation is actually even more obsessed with having the latest phones and tablets and techie equipment than older generations of people typically are. What a strange comment to make, and it sounds like an extremely devious attempt to cover up the crimes Kimmy and her associates and others have been committing against me through some kind of extremely devious narrative warping being done fully consciously and intentionally entirely at my expense and against my consent, wishes, and best interests.
Guys, I don't lie. I've never lied in my life. I am an honest person.
Right. Kimmy doesn't lie. She just does massive slander and libel and gossips and conspires to murder you, fully consciously and intentionally, entirely at your expense, against your consent, wishes, and best interests, and extremely deviously tries to avoid ever actually confronting the topic and even discussing it at all, to basically lie by omission of information, as she calls you a stalker and all this extremely damaging stuff if you try to call her out and confront her about it, no matter how you do it. Case in point, my existence. Is she confronting publicly everything I've exposed her and her associates for already? No. This massive fraud is waiting and literally hoping I freeze to death in winter or get murdered or commit suicide from the extremely brutal, deprived situation her extreme abuse and neglect and conspiring to murder me has left my life in. So she can try to cover up all her and her associates and people from my past's crimes and never take any real accountability or face any real consequences for literally conspiring to murder me and facilitating massive criminals in trying to destroy and literally end my life for extremely selfish gain, fully consciously and intentionally, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Honest person? Never lied in her life? She's just blatantly saying the complete opposite of reality now. She lies extremely badly pretty much every time she goddamn streams. This isn't even delusion. It's blatant, fully conscious and intentional manipulation to the utmost extreme, maximum extent possible, fully, blatantly, unapologetically, shamelessly being the biggest psychopath literally ever possible. I guess that's really where we're at now. She can't keep pretending she's an even remotely decent person using abusive manipulation tactics and politics playing with words, so now she's just trying to emotionally dysregulate me with destabilization attempts that are clearly intended to be so hurtful I lose my mind and lash out in rage or get depressed, and then she clearly plans to extremely predatorily, viciously take advantage of it if she provokes rage or bullies me into silence. She and her associates extremely viciously, endlessly warp narratives with criminal impersonation behind the scenes to present some kind of ridiculous scenario they try to make plausible as to what I'm thinking, feeling, doing, and why my life ended up how it has.
How about we end with some headset ASMR? Headset ASMR genuinely puts people to sleep. I feel like a lot of my other ASMR live streaming is like half entertainment, but headset ASMR actually knocks you out. Yeah.
Let me make sure I've made this extremely clear, even though it should have already been from how many times I've been goddamn screaming it in this podcast and in the past to my mailing list already. Kimmy's ASMR has never helped me sleep. Not headset ASMR or any other thing she does. If we didn't have such a strained connection because she's so emotionally draining and ridiculously immature and toxic and reluctant to take any real accountability or treat me even remotely with any genuine love or even respect, forget trust, then maybe I'd be able to at least enjoy it a little. But as it is, I just feel extremely deeply disturbed that I can appreciate the physical sensation of hearing her whisper, but I despise the overall impact her absolutely horrid, hellish nightmare of nightmares attitude and behavior towards me inflicts and has been inflicting upon my existence for the last several years, pretty much ever since I met her, and she started this emotional manipulation she's been trying to frame as me being mentally unstable and fake and a bad person, and all this completely false stuff that in reality she is the one acting extremely in accordance to being demonstrative of her possessing such extremely negative qualities she's been trying to project onto me and ruin my life with the projections of.
Do you like my necklace, by the way? Looks very cool, right? Okay.
I'm really not trying to be petty, but I feel like it was just kind of strange how she abruptly went from saying basically that she considers her headset ASMR to be really serious ASMR, and then right into randomly commenting on her necklace as if trying to chain together things that come from massive false narratives that attempt to cover up a bunch of lies that I can only be left assuming likely have at least something to do with the release I made on this podcast just hours before she did the live stream that clip is from. I wanted to be extremely clear that the necklace she wore there has absolutely no special meaning to me. It was not something I was working towards or benefit from, or that gives anyone any kind of leverage over me, or that would ever change my position at all.
By the way, off topic, but has anyone been watching Love is Blind this season? It is a train wreck. I have a conspiracy theory. Have you guys noticed on your For You pages that you've been seeing more like family content, like baby content and stuff? Because, okay, maybe it's because I'm a girl, but I do not ever actively look at like baby content genuinely could not tell you. I could genuinely go either way. But I'm leaning on the side of not wanting a baby. I don't know. It's just a lot. It's just a lot. Yeah, the government gives me incentives to make being a parent easier, then I will be more open to it.
Of course, governments have at least some significant degree of control over the algorithms on most large social media platforms and what programming runs on TV, and the whole system they built to enslave people and keep them just barely surviving to produce more children to keep the enslaved people in society generating money for the ultra wealthy elite certainly seems like it would benefit from them pushing an agenda of trying to make women crave having children after breaking down the mental health and general function of everyone so they can't even function as adults for their own personal lives, much less as decent parents, continuing the cycle of enslavement. This isn't even a conspiracy theory, it's just obvious facts that anyone that actually understands how reality works understands is the truth. For the very reason the government wants you to have children, the exact same reason is why they would only ever give you the bare minimum incentive that basically doesn't even make having children actually worth it from anything they'd provide you for it. They're trying to predatorily prey on your natural biological drive to reproduce that most people lean into inherently with their mental framework and then exploit that for their profit, racketeering with the corruption in the legal system and other systems they've set in place. They're not trying to help you raise healthy, well-rounded children. They want you and your children suffering and barely surviving, so you're desperately stuck, enslaved, and as they hope, doomed to repeat the same cycle of losing control of yourself and wanting some pleasure or something in the moment from your natural biological sexual urges to the point you put some fantasy of raising children or whatever over the logical reality of the world we live in. It also makes sense that you'd be targeted to be tempted to make stupid decisions having children you don't really want right as you're reaching a point of most stress and perhaps confusion or negative or generally intense emotions in your life, because that's when you'd be generally most vulnerable to making poor decisions. It also depends on who or what you have in your energy and what kind of narratives or goals they might be trying to push into your life for their own selfish gain or ulterior motives, where having children can easily be something that can be used to control you for many, many years to come, if not the rest of your life. the whole political or socioeconomic or psychological or whatever you want to call it rhetoric aside, the government could offer outstanding, amazing, abundant incentive to have children that are drastically different and better than anything any country currently provides. And I'd still never want or tolerate having children. It's really not a resource issue for me. It's simply a genuine, complete lack of desire to ever have children. I could have plenty more than enough money and free time and whatever, and I'd still never consent to even really risking having children, much less actively pursue trying to have them. It pleases me greatly to hear Kimmy even now saying she strongly leans towards not having children. I can only hope she's serious and doesn't just flip-flop with her attitude in this regard constantly or randomly, because I know she can be indecisive or spontaneous. And while that can perhaps be a good thing in some cases, desire for having children most certainly is not an area I do ever have or ever will consider it a good thing or even really tolerable. Fortunately, the general attitude from her I've seen rather consistently is one clearly strongly inclined against ever having children, so I see good reason to remain hopeful her attitude will remain aligned with mine in this regard, and in fact strengthened so that government funding wouldn't ever sway her either. But perhaps she's just generally saying stuff that sounds good as politically correct statements here rather than something she's serious about, because she actually cares about coming off politically correct, and I guess what many might call having pick-me type attitudes, in which case this is one of the few times I'm actually not upset about her being kind of fake about stuff at all.
A lot of people tell me, like, oh, don't like regret X, Y, and Z, but I'm not the type of person that lives with regret. I just don't, because I rest well. I rest at night knowing that I always make the best decision for myself in the moment. So, in 5 years, if I don't have a baby, I'm not gonna regret it, because I'm gonna be like, well, it just wasn't for me back then, so it is what it is. And I'll be a great aunt.
You know, I've been calling Kimmy stupid a lot, but I gotta say, she actually is being really smart here, and I like it a lot. It's infinitely better to not have a child and maybe just vaguely wonder rarely what your life might have been in some likely unrealistic scenario you might consider some kind of ideal option, than be an anxious mess and cave to emotional pressure in the moment of social standards and peer pressure and whatever you see on the media or some biological urge or something, and likely end up just realizing it's not this amazing thing you thought it'd be, and then being stuck with the life of the consequences of an action you did in a moment of emotional weakness from some perceived fear of missing out on something. You don't have to try everything to know you just don't want certain things in your life, especially things that are basically a lifelong commitment. especially with something like having children, there's just so much that can go so wrong. And I believe some people just are better off for multiple reasons that don't make them a bad person at all to just not have children. It doesn't mean everyone should live that way, but everyone's different. And if there exists people that certainly would be happier with children than without, there logically must exist people that certainly would be happier without children than with. I'd definitely be happier without them. And it seems Kimmy would too. And that only makes us more compatible, which is really only more reason I'm so upset she's still so distant with me and just repeating this same thing over and over, even now. Because I obviously completely mean what I'm saying when I discuss this topic, and I'm obviously not indecisive or being romantic or doing reverse psychology or anything like that. I guess society really puts a lot of weight on a woman's ability to have children, and maybe Kimmy really has been made to feel extremely guilty or like there's something wrong with her for feeling how she does about this topic, as if it reduces her value as a person or something. But to me, a woman's value was never at all dependent on her ability to have children. And in fact, I see increased value in a woman that genuinely never wants children, and for genuinely well thought out and healthy reasons that she understands in her psychology thoroughly enough to be able to be at least reasonably confident in her decision as such. Kimmy actually just gets even more attractive to me when I see her seem more confident or at least open to my perspective on this topic, as it seems she is from when she publicly says stuff like this. Again, I understand my perspective differs from many people. I think that's okay. I don't think everyone should feel how I do about this topic, and I've already talked about how I really don't care what red pill people feel about this, because I don't consider the true red pill to be what society frames it as, which is why I've repeatedly been saying my brand isn't red pill. It's just easier to say it's something else entirely. I'm not trying to misrepresent what people like Andrew Tate stand for, but I'm also not trying to suck up to them or desperately want or need their validation either. And I'm also not trying to come up with some completely abstract random brand that nobody can even really begin to understand the point of without meticulously researching it. There's also a Twitch stream Jamie's recently done that I see several parts I feel compelled to address on this podcast.
Hi guys, are you feeling better? Yeah, I kind of like I'm a little hungover. And by hungover, I mean like I'm pretty hungover. I went out last night. Last night was my last night out. I'm not going out anymore. I'm in my good girl era. I'm gonna stay home and do work. So, no more chaos for Jamie.
I couldn't care less that Jamie goes out and parties. That's her choice and her life. but let the record show that she continues to carelessly party and be unhinged while I'm being increasingly extremely brutally disrespected and neglected, and she obviously knows that damn well. She's said this whole "I'm gonna stop partying now" thing multiple times now, just in the last few weeks, and she's still not doing it. So obviously she's a massive fraud and liar. I myself am never hungover because, like I said, I never drink. I'm homeless, but I never go out and party or go to clubs or bars or whatever kind of things Jamie's doing when she goes out. And I have absolutely no interest in such activities either. I never have, and I'm quite certain I never will.
You mean you're done for this weekend? No, I'm hibernating. Like, I just keep chasing like adrenaline, and I'm just so addicted to fun. It's really bad. So, yeah.
I don't even really have anything to say about this. I'm just piling up irrefutable evidence of Jamie clearly being a really average kind of unhinged, careless, party animal loser fraud that acts like she has this ultra immaculate amazing energy when really she's been extremely viciously brutally robbing me of my energy and criminally impersonating me and inflicting defamation on me and trying to live in my energy without actually doing any of the work to get there herself. What she said there and the kind of lifestyle it inclines itself to, this is, always has been, and I'm quite certain always will be, extremely inapplicable and false as far as when it comes to me. I've never been some adrenaline junkie, and while I consider certain relaxing things many might consider boring to be fun to me personally, I certainly wouldn't say I'm addicted to fun, nor that my desire for what I want in life is somehow bad or unhealthy.
My weekend was wild. I don't want to talk about it. I think like by the time 27 comes, or 28, or actually when I'm like 30, I'll be good. I'm like, my goal is to like live my life wholeheartedly right now, so that, actually, I don't want to say weird stuff. I don't want to give into your guys' pervert fuel anymore. Not all of you, okay? I'm in my like, okay, you guys, you know how I've said like I love boys and stuff? I think I'm like back in my like, boys are okay and I prefer women arc. It was great while it lasted, everyone.
What is this? Right after I talked about how people don't really seem to like or respect my gender identity as female, Jamie is now suddenly flip-flopping around from saying she likes boys to boys are okay and I prefer women, and calling it an arc? Yep, well, she's already said she blatantly is extremely attention-seeking and is basically desperate for attention. I mean, what is this? Is this supposed to flatter me or something? Because it failed miserably. I really don't care if Jamie is feeling males or females more romantically and or sexually. I never did. Like I said, I am not, never have been, and never will be at all interested in or willing to tolerate any kind of romantic and or sexual involvement with Jamie. There is absolutely nothing that Jamie can ever say or do that will change this. It certainly doesn't appease me or force me to shut up or change my position or offer anyone any leverage over me. It's just sheer stupidity, like many other things Jamie does.
I am just Delulu, okay? I like to live my life in Delulu. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
The attention-seeking and blatant unhinged narcissism and psychopathy continues. This is a really fine line to be treading, and she's really not operating from any kind of healthy delusion at this point in continuing behavior like this. Combined with other things she's said, it's much more unhinged to me than she acts like it is.
But guys, you know why you like me so much? It's because I'm unavailable. Okay, if I was more accessible as a streamer, I don't think you guys would watch me as much. You guys just like how unavailable I am. What does that even mean? Guys, I literally I think my viewership went up when I started streaming less. No, I literally am playing hard to get. Like, if I streamed everything, like, I feel like you guys wouldn't look forward to my stream as much.
Again, I'm not trying to be petty, but it's become clear to me that there are major false narratives in relation to my connection with Jamie, so I'm making sure I've made things extremely clear. I do not like Jamie at all, and I certainly do not meticulously break down her streams like this out of any extent of liking her. And further, it certainly isn't because she's unavailable that I have to or want to do it. I'm exposing her as a massive fraud, and I'm pursuing having her entire personal and professional lives completely fall apart and destroy her personal and professional existence completely and leave her ending up dead like she's trying to do to me 4 years now with her active, blatant, fully conscious and intentional conspiring to murder me. It doesn't matter at all to me how often or not often she streams or what she does in her streams. I will shred apart the false narratives and brutally, viciously pursue absolutely destroying her life regardless for denying me of the connection with Kimmy that I've been saying over and over and over ever since the beginning I've always wanted. I literally couldn't care less if Jamie is playing hard to get. That's not something I find hot or interesting or that appeases me or forces me to change my position or offers anyone leverage over me, no matter how she does it. I do not look forward to Jamie's streams. They literally just aggravate me in the most unpleasant, unwanted way that I know I have to meticulously break down and expose and destroy them just to reclaim back my energy she's extremely brutally been stealing from me, fully consciously and intentionally entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests, instead of already long ago having the connection with Kimmy that I want and deserve.
I can't do editing streams because, like, it's such a creative process for me that it's hard for me to showcase. Like, God forbid someone, like, backseats me, I think I will literally eat their mom. So, yeah. And then, I think the one thing I'd be able to stream, like, that's why streaming cooking is great for me because I could love recipe testing. Like, if this recipe goes well, I can make it for, like, a reel or a video. So yeah, I'm glad you guys care about your mom. Are you guys closer to your mom or your dad?
Well, I can tell you I couldn't care less if Jamie eats my mom. She certainly isn't refraining from doing editing streams to save my mom headache. Or at least not with my consent, wishes, and best interests in doing so in mind. Not that I particularly cared to see her doing editing streams either. Like I said, I don't care to see Jamie do any particular kind of streaming. I just want to know exactly every single thing that at all presents false narratives holding me back from the connection I want and deserve with Kimmy as quickly as possible so I can absolutely shred apart every single false narrative and either extremely brutally completely destroy Jamie's life and the lives of every other worthless scum, narcissist, psychopath, hater, loser, fraud that's been sabotaging and suppressing my success all these years with their massive smear campaign of lies and narrative warping about me, or get the connection I want and deserve with Kimmy. I've been saying this repeatedly. I mean it. I do not care about either of my parents at all. Like I've been saying, they've both always been extremely abusive towards me and used me for their own selfish gain and abandoned me the first chance they got without thinking twice or looking back or really caring. I literally feel like I never even really had a childhood because I was a parentified child because both my parents were extremely abusive and manipulative to me every moment they were in my life. They never made me feel loved or respected or trusted at all. I'm not closer to either of them because I'm extremely distant from both of them and have completely cut both of them out of my life, and I have absolutely no doubts or regrets about it. They've both legitimately been so exceedingly intolerably horrible and abusive and narcissistic and psychopathic in how they've dealt with me that I'd literally rather be homeless and eat out of trash cans and risk dying to hitmen or freezing to death in the middle of winter when I couldn't be further from wanting or deserving any of such horrible things to be happening to me after everything I've done than ever even consider letting either of them or any of my other biological relatives back into my life ever again. Literally no matter what. I do not at all trust either of my parents, and I will never even consider it ever again. Never. As far as I'll ever be concerned, both of them are extremely seriously conspiring to murder me and have been for a very long time, and even considering communicating with either of them ever again is remarkably exceedingly stupid and is basically just getting myself flung into a setup to get arrested on false criminal charges I never should have had laid on me. I'll take my chances with homelessness and exposing these massive fraud celebrities conspiring to murder me.
Do I seem like a mama's girl or a daddy's girl?
Does Jamie seem like she likes or is closer to her mother or father more? Don't know. Don't care. I don't even know or care how to try to discern if someone is more inclined towards favoring either one of their parents. I don't, never have, and never will use that as some kind of criteria to determine romantic compatibility or friendship compatibility or anything like that anyways. This is just like entering therapy territory where someone would be opening up to me about their childhood trauma with their parents and try to get objective input from me on what they should do about situations that their childhood trauma is clouding their judgment in or something. I'm not Jamie's free therapist. I'm not entertaining this, and I certainly don't want or need Jamie or anyone else to do such a thing for me.
Do you think you'd be a strict mom? No. But I think like I would be the type of mom where like I would make my children. I think like I would let myself be vulnerable around my children. Like, because I think like my mom was extremely emotional on me as a kid, like to the point where like it wasn't the best for me, but at the same time I still learned so much EQ from it. So I feel like I guess like the word I would describe like my goal with children, if I ever have any, is like I just want to be as open as possible. Like I just want my children to be like, I want my experience to be open to them and to take them through that. Does that make sense? I think I would encourage my kids to like try things and mess up, and like give them a safe space and stuff. I don't know. I think I'd be a really good mom. Like, I have baby fever right now. I'm not even lying. Like, My For You page is like 20% babies. I'm like, fuck. But it's not time. It's not time. But yeah, I like love kids, and I definitely want like a child to take care of one day. One day.
I really don't care what kind of parent Jamie would be. I don't care whether she does or doesn't want children. I never did, and I never will. I am not, never have been, and never will be romantically and or sexually attracted to her. I've repeatedly stated this, and clearly I'm not playing hard to get or being romantic or doing reverse psychology or anything like that. I'm absolutely dead serious about this. I've seriously only wanted Kimmy all along.
Did you guys get beat as a child?
This is literally just starting to become like an interrogation at this point. Jamie's literally just asking random personal questions one after the next, and Kimmy's basically been trying to do the same thing as well from what I can tell. I'm really starting to feel like the more I answer things, if I try too hard to answer everything, the more these women and their associates somehow just become empowered to continue to conspire to murder me, which obviously is, always has been, and always will be happening entirely at my expense and against my consent, wishes, and best interests. It should not matter to my ability to get the connection with Kimmy that I want and deserve, for Jamie or anyone else to know about every little detail of my childhood, whether I got beaten, whether I goddamn breathed a certain way or ate certain food, or how I spent every goddamn second of my life. I'm not going to respond publicly as if I'm obligated to allow myself to be interrogated and obligated to answer every damn curiosity about my life that Jamie or others somehow communicate having or for some reason wanting or trying to convince me needs to be answered. Let the record show that Jamie's blatantly, unapologetically, repeatedly having streams where, after forcing me to have to pay attention to her content I find rather mediocre and boring, she's asking a series of questions and basically trying to force me to have to answer everything as she continues to disrespect and neglect me extremely brutally and basically treats me like a massive liar and fraud, but still tries to forcefully abuse me into sharing every little detail about my life that she's after trying to get information about, while offering literally absolutely zero actual benefit to me in doing so. This is exceedingly, extremely unbelievably unhinged behavior that clearly stems from literally criminal activity she's engaging in and or somehow fully consciously and intentionally involved in, behind the scenes, operating entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests.
I need to start learning I'm such a not classy person. And I'm like really uncomfortable in in classy. That's like something I actually need to work on. I feel like because I grew up like without money and stuff, I actually really struggle to feel comfortable in like bougier situations. So I need to start learning this shit.
This isn't a how you grew up issue. This is a self-esteem and general sanity or mental health issue. I haven't grown up in well-off environments either, but I wouldn't feel terribly out of place in classier situations. Even people who consider themselves high class are all on their phones a bunch in today's society, and there's really no reason you can't just search up on the internet the answer to any questions you have about stuff you have to do, and then just apply the relevant knowledge with confidence in your life. Unless it's relevant to some kind of acquisition of some skill that needs extremely extensive practice to do even remotely proficiently. The lack of comfort you'd feel in classier situations is a reflection of your sense of lack of worthiness to be in them in the first place, which probably comes from you having a mentality of messing around, being trashy, and partying for fun instead of actually working on yourself and developing your mental framework and how you use your energy and overall how you live your life. So you're not a massive fraud trying to rob me of my energy to seem like you're some amazing person, and instead you actually become someone in that kind of energy without having to steal it from anyone.
After today, we're dialed in. I mean, I have been dialed in, but yes, I'm more dialed in. I need no more distractions. I need to be careful about who I let into my life. Like, I just meet too many people, and I need to chill. I need to chill. Okay. Gonna put my stainless steel tools now too. I'm gonna roast this garlic a bit. Yeah. Yes, chill winter. Chill winter sounds great. Okay. I'm gonna add. Oh my god, you know what I'm excited for? I'm excited for Maple Story. The new Maple Story is coming out on October 16th, I believe.
I've now heard both Kimmy and Jamie recently talk about something MapleStory is apparently doing in the near future. I feel compelled to make sure I've made it extremely clear that I'm not playing MapleStory, I do not plan on starting to again anytime soon if ever, and I don't benefit at all from anything they're doing or anyone talking about it or sharing it or playing it or doing anything in relation to it. I don't hate the game, but I have much more important things to do with how brutal my life circumstances are than mess around with playing random video games for fun. Since there certainly isn't any professional benefit for me in that video game, and I'm not trying to look for one there either, I'm extremely focused on what I'm doing, and I want that to be extremely clear. I do not want or deserve to fail.
You'd eat my burnt peppers. Thank you, my love.
I don't know or care who the person chatting in Jamie's Twitch chat there was that she said thank you, my love, to, but I want it to be extremely clear that the person was not me, and I'm mentioning this with absolutely no bitterness about it. I'm purely making sure to expose false narratives that I am that person, or want to be that person, or owe that person anything, or am at all operating in their energy or anything like that. All completely false.
Aww, you think I'm pretty? Thank you. Okay, like you guys are gonna hate me for saying this, but I've honestly been feeling not my best, like physically. I think it's just like normal as a girl, I think. Yeah, I just haven't been like that confident. This looks really good. I'm gonna try one more. Yeah, I'll give you guys a little look. Nice. Nice color. Okay, no, my recent reel, like my lobster roll reel, I felt really good. But like for the last like week, I meant.
This was just so weird for Jamie to say there. Like, I feel like I should say something about it, but I don't want to stroke Jamie's ego, and I'm not indecisive about my lack of desire or willingness to engage with her at all romantically and or sexually. I don't think Jamie feels particularly physically sick because she's a girl. I think it's because she's being an extremely stupid, delusional, unhinged psychopath conspiring to murder me and thinking everything's gonna be fine if she just pretends she's a good person.
Dude, Kimmy's coming over tonight and she's gonna fucking love me after this.
I want it to be extremely clear that I am not, never have been, and never will be trying to facilitate or encourage, and certainly not force, any kind of romantic and or sexual involvement between Kimmy and Jamie. I feel this should be made extremely clear because I've been seeing increasingly concerning reason to believe my efforts are being massively misrepresented, as if to suggest otherwise is, ever has been, or ever will be the case. I want it to be extremely clear that any such narratives are being purported fully, consciously, and intentionally entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests.
is such a like a date night thing when you make this for someone you like.
Once again, I am not, never have been, and never will be trying to facilitate any kind of romantic and or sexual relationship between Kimmy and Jamie. I also am not, never have been, and never will be after Jamie or any other content creator trying to help me have recipes or some other thing to help me get an intimate relationship with someone. I'm not confused or disingenuous in the desires I'm making extremely clear in this podcast. Not knowing all the details of things going on behind my back is different from confusion about my own personal feelings about people and my dependency or lack thereof on them. Jamie really isn't doing me any favors behaving this way. I want this to be extremely clear.
I'm trying to hook up one of my friends with my other friends right now, and I'm having so much fun doing it.
What does this mean? Excuse me? I wouldn't consider Jamie or Kimmy or any of their associates or anyone else in the world, for that matter, my friend, and I'm not just trying to hook up with Kimmy, and I'm certainly not trying to empower Jamie or anyone else to facilitate Kimmy or anyone else to hook up with anyone. I want an extremely serious private and public life partnership that's very much sexually involved privately between just me and Kimmy. I don't want anyone else, and I'm not trying to facilitate or encourage or have any willingness to tolerate Jamie or anyone else trying to make me hook up with anyone else.
What dating apps have you guys tried?
Again, this topic of dating apps comes up after I already answered it because of something I saw in a past release of Lily and Emaine's podcast. My answer hasn't changed and won't ever change. I've literally never even once used any dating apps in my entire life. I have no even remotely compelling reason to ever do so in the future either. I seriously either get the connection I want with Kimmy, or I'm never dating anyone ever, literally no matter what.
Oh my god. My guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome. Put this.
I'll just put it there. Welcome to Jamie Restaurant.
Wow, it smells so good. Like it smells so good from outside too.
Really?
Yeah.
Say hi to Kimmy, everyone.
Hi, Chad. Oh my God, wait, this is like so throwback. We haven't done this in a hot.
It's been a while.
freaking
Hi,
minute.
Kimmy.
Hello.
Actually, oh wait. You wanna? Okay. I told Jess to come over too, but I don't know if she's like even nearby.
Oh my gosh, guys! Like you guys should be so jealous of me right now because like it smells so good here. I'm like dying.
I didn't feel jealous at all, actually. Jamie doesn't have male genitals to rub up against Kimmy's butt with, even if they somehow do have the kind of relationship where Kimmy would consent to such a thing with her. And I'm not the type to feel jealousy over merely being around Kimmy despite being treated this horridly by her. Eating food Jamie made that I could have just made myself if I really wanted to and was stable enough in my life to where details like that would be something I'd even focus on at all, really? What exactly does Kimmy even think I'd be jealous of? Being around Jamie? As if...
Okay, here is the. I love my sweeties.
Oh wait, let me give you the mic for now.
Oh, you use a mic. That's so smart. their noodles perfectly al dente. What is it called? Al dente?
Yeah, al dente.
Al dente. It's a little bit spicy, which I like.
Look, it's spicy.
No, like in a good way.
Oh, okay.
It's like you can tell there's like a bit of spice in it. You can taste the buttery, scallopy goodness. You can feel Jamie's breath of love.
I didn't spit in it, did I?
Oh my god. Are you taking roommate applications?
Just the way Kimmy's eating. This whole thing just feels so unbelievably unhinged. Like, one or both of these two women are actually unbelievably unhinged and demonic for doing this. Actually, this is beyond ridiculous. I don't have words to describe it. Even saying pure evil seems so tame. It feels like there are massive false narratives that I'd be jealous, but I'm not. It feels like there's some weird, extremely devious thing basically blatantly flaunting the criminal impersonation of me on that Twitter account at Shattered Pasta. Jamie made pasta. I don't understand if there's some secret significance behind specifically scallops with it, but there probably is some extremely devious explanation behind the scenes that furthers the conspiracy to murder me with this extremely unhinged behavior. These extremely mentally ill, narcissistic, psychopath, worthless, scum, loser frauds are inflicting on me right in public on the internet for the world to see, while literally nothing and nobody actually shows me any real respect or love or trust, even though I obviously deserve to be treated so much better than I'm being treated. This really feels like an absolute mockery of my existence, being increasingly blatantly flaunted in public. These people are going to lose their careers for sure continuing this way. Goddamn morons laughing like I'm a joke now. But they'll be crying later as I end up succeeding without anyone's help and against all the odds anyway, after I've thoroughly exposed all the false narratives and even prove I have skills and drive that make greatness and success in life inevitable for me, no matter how these unbelievably unhinged and mentally ill, suicidal, massive fraud psychopaths want to behave towards me or in general. This is just blatant death wish behavior from both of them at this point, as far as I'm concerned. If they really want to proceed like this, they can really learn the hard way. I'm not the one with mental illness here, and I won't be bullied by stupid trash like this. You can feel Jamie's breath of love? Yikes. What kind of cringe stupidity is this? Is Jamie really just so delusional and disgusting that she's still trying to act like I have any romantic and or sexual interest in her? I literally couldn't be making the reality more clear here. I am not, never have been, and never will be at all pursuing or willing to tolerate any kind of romantic and or sexual relationship with Jamie. And I'm not pursuing any kind of ulterior motive with starting a business with her or selling out for her or Kimmy or anyone else's whims either. If this extremely toxic and pathetic, ridiculously stupid and death wish type behavior is all I'm ever really going to get anymore from these losers, I'm not some pathetic moron that's going to endlessly waste my time and energy doing what just becomes stupidly, repeatedly, pettily hating on them and basically just feeding their extremely mentally ill, attention-seeking behavior they're blatantly just using to try to take advantage of my existence and energy to facilitate their content creation fully consciously and intentionally, blatantly at my expense and against my consent, wishes, and best interests, that they become just trying to force me into acting in a manner that they can try to twist as if I'm a fraud or somehow being disingenuous when I say the reality that it really is against my consent, wishes, and best interests. I'm exposing it and leaving no even remotely reasonable room for doubt. If I had any kind of following, both of these massive frauds would have already had their careers ended by now. They're just extremely viciously, blatantly abusing their social influence to try to keep me stuck in life and putting so much time and energy into something they clearly are fully consciously and intentionally constantly trying to sabotage me in, even though they blatantly know I'm actually a good person and have been completely sincere from the beginning about everything. I'm not enjoying this or benefiting from it at all, and I certainly don't owe either of these women or any of their associates or anyone else anything to force myself to continue releasing things on this podcast like this while I continue to just be disrespected and neglected for speaking the truth. I'm already stuck, literally sleeping on the street, out in the cold, and eating out of trash cans as I struggle to survive after how extremely brutally, viciously I've been completely robbed of all my time and energy, and my reputation brutally trashed, and various crimes committed against me by every person that was ever at all significantly close to me for the last several years of my life. I don't have any time or energy to waste entertaining people that are blatantly, publicly, officially flaunting, criminally tormenting me, and abusing their resources to blatantly conspire to murder me in public, officially, while even the government and police and FBI and CIA and the rest of the world is goddamn watching and laughing as unbelievably unhinged, psychopath, narcissist, worthless scum frauds torment an irrefutably, demonstrably innocent victim like myself. Nobody can present even one real piece of evidence that truly demonstrates I want or deserve this kind of treatment. Not even one. And yet people continue to treat me this way. If this was an actual courtroom that wasn't extremely corrupt, these people should have already been sentenced to lengthy prison sentences. But, of course, like I've been saying, the criminal justice system in Canada and likely North America as a whole is extremely corrupt, so I'm stuck having to fight off hitmen and the cold and starvation while these extremely vicious, malicious criminals continue their reign of absolute torment on my life and act like they're good people, and I'm left having to destroy so many people's lives because even the goddamn authorities can't do their job properly or don't want to. This world is truly a reeking dumpster fire hellhole nightmare of nightmares. I have absolutely no desire or willingness to even so much as remotely entertain even just the idea of being roommates with Jamie or anyone at all except Kimmy. I'm not wishy-washy about this. I'm not indecisive. I'm not trying to leave room for doubt about my feelings or intentions. I'm not trying to justify shady behavior, neither in myself nor in Kimmy or others. Like I said, I'm not chasing mystery or romance. I can see when certain behavior sets a foundation destined to fail, and I'm not trying to have a connection with Kimmy that's destined to fail. We're either the best of lovers or the worst of enemies, and the way Kimmy's behaving and allowing Jamie and others to get in the way like this, it seems Kimmy really wants to be the worst of enemies. The worst of enemies will not go and be roommates with any of your friends, moron. But keep trying to treat me like a joke and you'll see who gets made the fool. It's not like I'm coming off indecisive or something. I'm not going to be gaslit that there's something unclear about my approach, Kimmy. If you're just going to try to play mind games and be a petty twat, then you're giving me a decisive answer. Don't act like you don't know. Don't think you can cry later and things will be okay. They will not be okay. They will never be okay. They could never even possibly be further from okay. Ever again. If you're really going to be this way, you chose what's going to happen. You chose to push me down an extremely dark and destructive path of being absolutely unconditionally, meticulously dead set on absolutely ravaging and destroying your personal and professional life and making you regret ever being born and stripping every bit of anything that brings happiness or meaning into your life from you like you tried to do to me, but failed because you're a psychopath fraud and I'm not. Don't forget. Never forget. You'd best believe damn well that I won't. I'm seriously done giving warnings. If all you're going to do is act the most messed up you ever possibly could, know that I'm just a girl most certainly isn't going to cut it. Being a girl does not equal it's perfectly fine to be an extremely unhinged narcissist psychopath maniac that belongs in a mental asylum but manipulates society into believing you're a good person as you extremely seriously criminally conspire to murder someone that's an innocent victim to your extremely damaging absolute insanity you try to play off as a bit for content. My real life is not some goddamn bit for anyone's content.
This is at tennis.
So, what, right now?
No, she usually doesn't like do stuff like that.
Yeah.
I've never heard her do like tennis before.
Just that tennis? Wow. At 9 p.m. That's crazy. So how was your day? What do you do today?
I woke up hungover, slept, got ready, streamed. I tried to like do a cute new setup, and it was like you know when you try to do something and then nothing works out, so you just waste like an hour.
Mm-hmm.
That was me.
But hey, like, it's not about the journey, it's about the destination.
It's about the result.
Yeah, and you got here. You got here, and that's what matters.
That is true.
This is blatantly in contradiction with what Kimmy said multiple times, that it's about the journey, not the destination. Now she's saying blatantly the complete opposite. Further unhinged flaunting of how they're basically saying they don't care, that they've to this day been extremely viciously robbing me of my energy, backstabbing me constantly, and conspiring to murder me while criminally impersonating me, and all kinds of extremely messed up things. Let the record show how blatantly these unhinged psychopaths flaunted their abuse, and yet authorities and everyone did absolutely nothing to actually help me, and instead chose to support them in their completely unjust abuse.
Wow, what a throwback. So I feel like I look visibly older and you look the same.
You definitely look older, but that's because you like went through so many style changes.
Yeah, that's true.
I didn't go through any style changes besides my hair.
I feel like people's style changes slow down at like 25 or 26. Like I'm like,
oh, you know, I think I just never had a style.
so sad. That's so sad.
My style, I don't know. I don't think you look older.
No, I went to the club yesterday and
They didn't think you were 16.
no, well, this guy was trying to buy me a drink, and I was like, oh, how old do I look? And he was like, 25. I was really impressed. He said 25. I usually get like 24.
Probably
23.
because of your personality then. You're
Yeah,
like
maybe
really
I was like,
assertive.
I was more reserved yesterday for
Yeah.
sure.
I think like, actually no, oh my god, no, when I first met you, you definitely looked really young.
I look like a 15-year-old.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
This
so-
girl was 16 when I met her. Jesus.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
This girl was freaking 16. She was a baby. And
That was it. That was scary.
oh my god, and when you met me, I was like 4 years younger than you are now. Dude, like in my
Wait, no, I
mind,
met you at 23, right? 16.
We started talking at 22.
22. Oh yeah, 22.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, like, you know, like when you
I
meet
can't even talk to a
someone-
22-year-old right now.
Bro, I know. That's why like we couldn't talk back then
That's why I
either.
lied about my age.
Oh my god, yeah.
Because I knew you wouldn't talk to me.
I would have still talked to you.
Okay, but
16 and 17.
I
isn't
think
that much
Leslie would have put the cutoff there.
Yeah, maybe she would have been like, oh.
I don't know. You guys were pretty delulu back then. I feel like you would have
Yeah.
talked to me no matter
Well,
what.
Leslie and I are pretty delulu. Yeah, I'd say like of everyone we know, me and Leslie are pretty delulu. Or it used to be at least. I think we're better now.
Yeah. I think I'm delulu now.
You know, I feel like we all go through days of being delulu.
She's like, it's normal. Don't worry.
I mean, like, because I'm like, well, fuck, because if Jamie's delulu, then what the fuck am I? So, like,
I don't know. I think I'm more woke than delulu. But yeah.
you know how, like, when you meet somebody, you don't expect them ever changing in age? Or, I don't
Yeah.
know.
But it's like right now, if you think of someone in middle school, you still imagine them as their middle school self.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you
like,
met them there.
That's why I think it's so trippy of me to think that, like, I was younger than you now when we met.
That's fucking weird.
Because I'm
Yeah.
like, you're older than that Kimmy.
Yeah,
Fucking
that's so weird.
crazy.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, no wonder why we were just, like, a hot mess back then.
I mean, I was half a fetus.
Yeah.
I wasn't even like a.
Oh my god, I remember, we always talk about this moment. We were, like, traveling and, we went to Toronto, and Jamie was like, we have this vivid memory of laying in the bed together or next to each other, two different beds next to each other, And Jamie was like, oh my god, like, I'm having so many great memories. Like, I really want to remember these memories forever. Like, do you think
I was 18.
You're 18. And she was like, do you think I'm going to remember these memories forever? And I was such a menace back then. I was like, no.
She was like, no, you're not going to remember. I don't remember anything from when I was 18. And I remember I was like, wait, what? I at least want to remember this moment.
She was so sad. But, like, because we had that conversation, we remember that moment, though.
And she was right, because that's the only moment I remember when I was 18. Like, I literally don't even know what the F I was doing at 18. I have no idea. I could not tell you a single event that happened when I was 18, except for when we were laying in that bed and I was getting existential, and you're like, yeah, you're just going to forget it all.
You're going to forget all of it.
Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, I don't remember anything when I was 18.
I think once you turn, like, 25, then you remember a lot. Like, once your brain solidifies more, you remember a lot.
Okay.
So, like, you'll remember this stuff, I promise.
I don't know.
Not, like, in, like, 20 years.
This is why I document things, because I'm like, I don't remember anything. Like, I'm struggling to remember names and stuff like that.
I think it's because you have, like, a lot on your mind all the time, too. But
Yeah. I think maybe you remember moments you take time to remember, and others you forget. No, there's been times where I'm like, I'm trying to remember this. I don't know what those moments are.
It's like a moment just, like, hits your core memory. And
Yeah,
it just, like,
that's true.
hits, you know?
Yeah. TK BBK, thanks for 16 months. And Chinny, thank you.
Do you guys remember, like, when your brain, like, solidified? Like, you just wake up one day, you're like, oh my god. Like,
I think mine was this year.
Yeah, it's like you just feel so much more, like, grounded, right?
Yeah. Or like, I felt really like, it makes sense.
yeah, you wake up and you're like, huh.
And then it makes me realize, like, oh, no wonder everyone was so annoyed at me when I was like 20 to 24. Because you're just like so fucking annoying. You're like complaining all the time, life sucks. And like older people kind of know, like, oh, you're going through it, like it'll get better. And then it's like, now I look at like 22-year-olds and I'm like, you guys need to just like chill.
Yeah, you're just good. But it's like, thank God we like went through that phase, because not everyone goes through that phase.
Yeah.
But, I was, like, Jamie and I were, like, menaces when we first met. Like, we, holy crap, I look back at myself and I'm like, I can't believe I can't believe I was like that, man. Like,
I think like, you're a peak menace. Like, I feel like in terms of, well, all of us are menaces, like me, you, and Leslie. But in terms of order, I feel like it was definitely you first, and then maybe Leslie. Actually, no, I wasn't menace. I was just like, I was like incoherent.
that's how I felt, though. But that's what makes you a menace to other people.
I think you and Leslie were just straight up menaces.
Okay, yeah.
And you guys dragged me along.
Yeah. Oh my god, Leslie and I were like straight up the Lulu menaces. It was awesome. And then we adopted Jamie, our 16-year-old we found in New York.
Yeah.
We took her in to our wing.
Yeah. And one time in Walmart, I was like screaming. I was like, guys, I can't put the tampon in my vagina.
Oh my god, that's right. You know,
Leslie's like, just put it in.
Bro, like we taught you how to put on a tampon.
I know, it's crazy. Hi, Nate. These are 10 months. Yeah, we're not that big of a menace. Like, our menace is still, like,
our menace
respectful.
is, like, if anything, our menace was, like, not knowing how to communicate properly.
Yeah, but who knows how to do that before you're, like, 24?
Honestly, who still knows how to do that?
It's like, by the time you know how to communicate, you don't even have the energy to do it anymore.
I know, you're just like, does it even matter? It's so fucking true. It's like, fuck. It's like the same energy as like that one TikTok meme that's like, when you go through a breakup after 30, like you just cry and then you just get so exhausted from living, you just fall asleep. You're like,
Oh, yeah.
fuck, it's not worth it. Just fall asleep.
Oh my god. Hi, honey.
But like when you're in your 20s and teenagers, when you go through a breakup, you're like a wreck for like a week straight.
Yeah, I stopped getting my heart broken by guys after like 23, 22.
Yeah,
like it's just
earlier.
Yeah, maybe even earlier. Like at some point you're like, Yeah, I don't know. I break my own heart now.
You really do.
Wait, Chad, how old are you guys? Can you hold Evie, please? Evie? She meows, but she doesn't want to be picked up. Oh, she's hungry.
She's just like you. Wait, chat.
2024. Pushing
What
20.
do you guys like
baby.
do in life?
Yeah, what is your guys' job?
Yeah, what do you guys do? I'm just so curious. Ooh, a game dev.
Twitch chat is like when you
School?
go on a date and all you do is talk about yourself. And like 3 dates in, you ask them like what their favorite color is.
I know, but like 9 years later. By the way, what do you guys like do?
Wait, Keone's so funny. Internet janitor is so good. That is so
true.
good.
Wow.
Bed rotter, so many engineers.
engineers, so many
you know,
people in
I do
STEM.
attract a lot of engineers.
Actually, don't know why that sounded so strange.
Elementary, environmental consulting, building design, nursing student,
Software,
biomedical
film.
technician.
A hibachi chef? That's
Wow.
so cool. Oh my god, you run a photo business? Dude, so what I think is like really cool is that like when we first started streaming, all the people who watched us were like so young. Everyone was like,
Yeah, now you
"Oh,
guys have jobs.
yeah, no one really had jobs back when we started. Everyone's like, I don't know
Yeah.
what I'm doing for my life. But now all you guys are like figuring it out, like doing
I'm
the
working
things.
as Jamie's crush. You get paid for that? You get paid in parasocial love. Engineers are smart and opposites attract. All right.
I see what you did there. Started watching you and Leslie in college. Oh, wait.
Oh, managed coffee shop.
Wait, that's so.
That's so cute.
Would you ever open a coffee shop?
It's pretty logistically and operationally difficult to pull off, so probably not.
Yeah, for like the payout.
Yeah, I think maybe. Yeah, food businesses are really difficult.
Anything customer service, man. So hard.
Yeah, sometimes I meet like fans now and they've been watching me for a while and then like they're like my age now with a full ass job and everything.
Yeah.
It's
We're all
crazy.
growing up together, guys.
Yeah. How old do you guys think you'll watch Twitch until? If I open a restaurant? Yeah, I think if I open something, I would do a restaurant. But I'd have to
can
be
see you
fucking
opening a
rich.
restaurant.
I'd have to be rich. 55 plus, 30 max.
It's because you would want to open up like a good restaurant, like a really good restaurant.
Yeah.
You could totally see that.
God, when would I stop streaming? I don't know. I might just fuck around and like, you know, turn on the live in my wheelchair in the senior home.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna be a poppin' grandma.
Yeah.
No,
Rich.
but seriously, there are like so many grandmas and grandpas that I love watching on TikTok. They're just so wholesome.
That's true. Oh yeah, we can play some bingo. Bingo Mafia. Bingo Among Us.
Yeah, that would be a fun stream.
Senior Jamie's gonna be wild. I can't even imagine what I'm gonna be like when I'm older.
You know what's crazy? Like when I met you, I'm like, I wonder what Jamie's gonna be like when she's like
25.
25. Like, and the Kimmy back then would have actually like never saw this coming.
Me
I'm like,
neither.
Jamie could really go anyway.
Yeah, I feel like it was like you really could not tell where I was gonna go. Like
Yeah.
everyone was just watching me so anxiously.
They're like,
I could
"Oh,
feel everyone's anxiety. Like my viewers, my peers, my family. Like I could feel everyone's anxiety. Like is Jamie gonna be like? I can't tell if Jamie's like cooking up like a genius storm or if Jamie is like
oh my God,
not
so
okay.
funny. I'm like, oh God, help that girl. But you turned out great. So.
Am I gonna return to East Coast arc? Yeah, I thought about it. Like living in New York for like 3 to 6 months.
I can see that.
Noise pollution next for 20 months. But I love I love LA.
I know, it's really comfy.
It's
here.
really cozy here.
And the thing is, it's like, it's so hard to build a foundation in LA because LA is like a pool of like people from everywhere.
Yeah.
So no one really has a foundation in LA. So
Once you build one, it's like really nice.
once you build one, it's so hard to leave.
But I would love to like explore New York, but it's like,
You can always come back to LA,
yeah.
but whatever.
It's true.
All the time in the world to travel and do things.
Where are you traveling next?
Oh, Texas.
Oh, you're going to Texas again?
Visiting my family in Texas.
Wow, Texas.
Yeah. Texas. I have a lot of family in Texas.
I actually never been.
Really? Oh.
I want to go for the
I
barbecue.
love the food there. Yeah, it's so good.
What else is in Texas? I heard the party scene there is actually pretty lit.
Since I always go for my family,
Oh.
I never go to the parties, but I heard that Austin is like LA.
Yeah. I heard Austin is really lit. But I need to start partying. I'm done now.
Yeah, this girl, like,
I'm done now.
she's crazy.
No, I'm done.
Crazy.
Oh, gosh.
Ay, ay, ay.
Line dance, Kimmy, square dance.
Oh my god, we should go square dancing.
I want to do the cow.
Oh my god, the
When you ride
what's
the
it
cow.
called? Yeah, the bull.
Yeah, the bull.
The electric one, right?
Yeah.
Bro, I'm sorry. I feel like you would like.
I would fall off in like half a second.
Yeah, I feel like you would like fling off like a toothpick.
Hi from Brazil. Hi. Okay, I'm gonna go to a Halloween party. That's like obviously, but I'm not gonna go. Like I don't know what's going on with. I don't know.
Yeah, Halloween this year. I feel like I don't know what's going on. A lot of people want to do things. Not many people want to do things. I don't want to do things.
You should always assume people are gonna do things for Halloween,
True.
and then it fucks people over when they assume no one's gonna do anything, and then they have no costume.
True.
Yeah.
There's always gonna be someone doing something. That's
Yeah,
a good.
yeah.
That's actually a good mentality.
Yeah.
Okay, so I do need to stop by the grocery store
Okay.
before I head home.
Okay. Have
Need
fun.
help cleaning or anything?
No.
Sure.
Yeah, this is my life.
Oh my gosh. Jamie's OP.
Oh, it's just not that bad. I do it on stream. It's an extra hour.
Oh my god. Extra Emily fell off a mechanical bull and
Oh,
started
never
showing
mind. I don't want to do it anymore.
stitches.
I don't want to do it anymore.
Bro, yeah, you don't want stitches on your chin.
I do not want stitches on my chin.
Oh my gosh. Okay, bye guys. Thanks for having me. Bye, Jamie.
Bye,
Thanks for the
Jamie.
food. It was so good.
Yeah.
I'll
Bye.
be back tomorrow.
Good luck.
The next day. And the next day. And the next day.
Bye, Kimmy.
Bye.
Escape for Halloween. No. Now you guys are stuck with me.
Kimmy, Jamie, and Leslie are all extremely, unbelievably delusional. Jamie and Kimmy are clearly both delusional beyond words, and if Leslie's at all facilitating this, then she must be as well. Without a doubt. It doesn't need any debate. They clearly don't understand how extremely death-wish behavior they're demonstrating right now. They probably think they're just having innocent fun and being lighthearted and everything will be fine if they continue to treat everything I'm saying like I'm a goddamn joke, and they can just continue to extremely deviously do extremely shady things, doing the absolute bare minimum to try to force me to endlessly spend time and energy trying to negate massive, extremely false narrative one after the next, while my life is only increasingly extremely brutally negatively impacted, and their lives are only positively impacted from this extremely serious existential war conflict this podcast of mine is attempting to extremely thoroughly expose the reality of. This is the first time in all these years where I even see enough public self-reflection in Kimmy that she possibly appears to be starting to realize how she's beyond just delusional in the way she's behaving and has been all these years. This is why I say narcissistic psychopath. How is it even possible for this lunatic to be pretending like what they're doing is fine right now? And what the hell is this? Jamie denies remembering anything about that meetup? Just lying in a bed in a shared hotel room with Kimmy where Kimmy told her she'd forget it all? Yeah, right. Well, I can tell you for damn sure that I'm not waiting until Jamie's 25 or whatever for her brain to solidify more and remember that we never did anything sexual together and I was merely friendly with her but didn't even make any sexual comments or advances on her at all. I remember she cried after the movie ended too, and that was awkward because she had to go to the washroom with her friends and like calm down or whatever while everyone was looking at her like, what's going on? Why is she crying? I remember that whole meetup rather clearly. I could describe it in detail if anyone was actually asking, and I have absolutely no good or adequate reason to lie about anything. Kimmy and Jamie arrived like over an hour late. The group moved around a bit, but after not very long, Kimmy and Jamie each formed circles of people, trying to talk to them, and Kimmy's circle was substantially larger than Jamie's. Kimmy's vibe felt weird and intentionally intimidating and awkward to approach to me, while Jamie felt friendly and inviting, so I talked in Jamie's circle, just friendly and tried to be good vibes. No sexual comments or flirting or sexual advances on Jamie or anyone else. I never even tried to talk to Kimmy at that point after the initial few words we said to each other in the beginning around the time she hugged me. Because she was busy talking to other people and didn't feel comfortably approachable to me. When tables opened for everyone at the meetup to eat, we all sat down together, but Kimmy and Jamie stood back to see where I'd sit. I even remember Kimmy telling me to tone it down as we were walking to the table, but I told her, nah, I'll tone it up instead, because nobody tells me to tone it down. After I sat down, Kimmy sat right in front of me, and Jamie sat to the right of Kimmy, and Carrie sat to the left of Kimmy. The whole thing happened where Kimmy gave me attitude for trying to have a meaningful and emotionally close connection with her. And I respectfully told her she can talk to someone else then if she's going to be extremely petty and mean to me. Which she then was so unhinged and careless she chose to go on her phone and presumably go on a dating app, and I remember she even showed Carrie her phone and presumably who she left that meetup with. I imagine Carrie will deny it all and take Kimmy's side because, like I said, I've never spoken to Carrie since that meetup, and I imagine she finds it more personally, selfishly beneficial to side with these narcissist, psychopath, fraud scum than me, who's getting existentially assaulted and made to look like a loser. Anyways, we ended up watching some movie with no particular significance to me other than the fact that it was the movie we saw at that meetup. I believe it was called Kimi no Nawa. I didn't really like it, to be honest, but I wasn't going to complain, since I only ever came to meet Kimmy anyways. Jamie did her whole crying thing, then she left early in some car by herself, while Kimmy stayed and hugged everyone at the end, and that was where me and Kimmy told each other we'd never forget each other. I asked Kimmy to talk to her to the side alone briefly, and I told her I didn't mean to come off mean to her, and I actually find her personality attractive. I wanted to tell her right then and there that her body is incomparable sexy perfection to me, but I felt like I'd come off like a creep if I did, so I chose not to. Later, Kimmy took a subway train heading in the opposite direction from me and a few other people who attended the meetup, who were also going in the same direction as I was. Jamie wasn't there for that though, since she'd already long left. Presumably, Kimmy went to go have sex with that dude she probably hooked up with on a dating app after giving up on a connection with me without even actually trying. It's crazy how it takes nearly a decade of me crying about how hurt I am by Kimmy, and even then not until I almost die many times and have to make a podcast publicly trying to completely destroy many people's lives for Kimmy to even give a damn to say, I can't believe I was like that, man. Like the bare goddamn minimum acceptance of any kind of bad behavior or fault. It's really crazy in the worst possible way. What the hell is this stupid dialogue they have, as if they can brush off everything as, oh, we were just menaces that didn't communicate properly, and acting like I still don't know how to communicate when I was always communicating the best among all these massive frauds? By the time you know how to communicate, you don't even have the energy to do it anymore? Excuse me? Speak for yourselves. There's a certain way it only makes sense for me to communicate when taking into consideration what I want, and I'm not going to be thrashed around and forced into strange communication that traps me into desperately needing the validation of others that clearly want to walk all over me and try to act like I desperately need their validation to survive, when the reality is they desperately need my validation to survive. I've been repeatedly stating this, you morons. I don't have a job. Ruling the world is my job. Doing whatever the hell I want is my job. Destroying your personal and professional lives and making you commit suicide and destroy the lives of everyone you associate with if I don't get the connection I want with Kimmy in the very near future is my job. Are you stupid or are you stupid?
Lola Bunny is one of the most common hear me outs. Like, the hear me out discussion, I feel like started out with Lola Bunny. And the thing is, like, Lola Bunny is hot. Like, she's drawn to look like a woman.
This is now multiple times Jamie has mentioned this hear me out thing, as if it's somehow relevant to this conflict. I do not have any hear me out character. This weird trend or whatever is stupid to me, and I have absolutely no desire or willingness to engage with it at all. I want it to be extremely clear that I do not want, need, or benefit from, or become forced to shut up or change my position or give anyone any leverage over me by anyone doing any kind of hear me out thing. I certainly don't, never did, and never will have any kind of fixation with Lola Bunny. With that out of the way, there's also the latest release of Lily and Amaine's Sweet and Sour podcast that I feel I'm going to have to address certain parts of.
Yeah, we're all gonna have our PMS moments. It's gonna be like every other week, me
I can't
and then
believe
you.
I've just been like when I was 12, right? And I got my period for the first time. I didn't realize at that moment for the rest of my life, for a
You'd be
week
getting a period.
out of a month, every month, I would be irritable and I would cry at everything and I would just be emotional and it would just be not fun times for me
Yeah,
till menopause.
yeah, and it's crazy because PMS is actually the week before.
Yes.
So all that stuff happens before. You're irritable, you're sad, you're sensitive, you're emotional. You go through all of these things. Your titties probably hurt, mine do. And then you do all that just so you can bleed out of your coochie for a week. Crazy.
Oh, the guys
Just so you can
listening
have
to this.
2 good weeks out of the whole month.
Yeah, there are things that make it more manageable, but it's
Manageable,
certainly
but-
so. It's still annoying to go through, but you know, I try to be kinder to myself that week.
I've noticed Jamie had a whole ramble about her periods and how periods go in general for women in considerable detail of the process, cycling and stuff, not that long ago. Now, Amy and Lily are talking about the details of periods as well, as if viewers particularly need education on the matter. At this point, I see reason to believe that people gossiping, slandering, and criminally impersonating me are likely grossly misrepresenting me as someone that either doesn't understand how periods work for women or grossly dismisses the effect the hormonal cycles women go through and how their periods affect their moods and stuff, or something like that. This is likely being done either as some kind of weird thing, acting as if me identifying female is some kind of insult to women in general, or as if my lack of wanting children is some kind of disrespect or jealousy or something towards women and their ability to have children, or as if I'm just generally stupid or douchey about the whole subject, or as some kind of really strange, disingenuous, aggravating, devious display of romantic and or sexual desire towards me from the women engaging in such discussions, blatantly, fully, consciously, and intentionally trying to make me seem interested in them romantically and or sexually, and or simply as if I'm a bad person, or somehow a fraud, because I'm uninterested and unwilling to entertain flirting with them or entertaining the possibility of engaging with them romantically and or sexually in the future, after how blatantly obviously they've been working against my efforts to have the connection with Kimmy I've always wanted.
So are you gonna watch Ratatouille?
Are you
with me?
fucking? Oh yeah, right. Sorry. Topic change.
We'll see.
But
But yeah, I'm doing the stream tomorrow with Cutie, and we're baking something for Ratatouille. And it shocks me I've never watched that. And the one that my stream always clowns on me for never watching is Toy Story. I also hear that's a magnum
You've
opus.
never watched Toy Story? Wow.
No. I hear it's good.
Damn.
I want it to be extremely clear that I don't care at all about either of these movies. They have absolutely no personal significance to me. I have never and would never make fun of anyone for not liking or watching either of them. The only even slight relevance I can see here is that I recall my biological brother Kristen used to like Toy Story as a child, but I never shared that feeling at all. So at most, this suggests extremely devious false narratives being purported about me that are extremely viciously abusing me and violating my energy through my biological brother, which is, always has been, and always will be happening fully consciously and intentionally entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. I see this as further reason to suspect my criminal biological father Dixon continuing to conspire to murder me so he can get away with his life insurance fraud he did to me, fully consciously and intentionally entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Also, possibly my biological mother Mary attempting to selfishly gain off my existence by lying that I have some kind of romantic and or sexual feelings or involvement with my biological brother when she knows damn well that's completely false and she's fully consciously and intentionally purporting such things entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Also possibly that massive loser Kristen himself inflicting criminal defamation on me for whatever selfish reasons for his own selfish gain because he's a worthless scum loser. This also possibly ties in with that loser Matthew helping him, which then also likely ties back to that worthless narcissist psychopath scum Chloe trying to create and maintain her worthless business off extreme defamation of me that is, always has been, and always will be happening fully consciously and intentionally entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests.
Isn't it crazy to think there might be people who've watched us for so long that we're also growing up at the same time?
Yeah, you would not believe. I went to a fan meet the other day, right? At UCLA.
First of all, I want to address how extremely shady I find it that Emaine is essentially extremely deviously implying I've been watching her for a long time, as if we grew up together, as if I should look at her favorably, or as if I'm warming up to her or something. I have not been watching her content. I mean it. I do not have warm feelings towards her at all. She's extremely creepy and stalkerish to me, and I've gotten those kinds of extremely weird vibes from her for several years already. By the way, what the hell is this? I didn't even notice, but apparently Lily went to UCLA only about a week before this stalker started harassing me on Instagram. She has a fan meetup in UCLA, and then a few days later, I have massive creeps from UCLA stalking me? Coincidence? I don't think so.
Maybe we don't need to have kids because we've raised enough people. Like,
I
think
don't know
about
about
it
that.
like that. I don't know.
I don't know about that one.
I'm starting
Maybe.
to view it that way.
I'm getting more vibes like Emaine is trying to pander to what I say somehow, as if to try to forcefully make it seem like we're compatible or something, or as if I want or need or benefit somehow or owe it to her or someone else to tolerate that. Completely false. I've been saying I don't ever want or have any willingness to tolerate having children, and now Emaine randomly goes from wanting to have children to now suddenly saying maybe she shouldn't have them. I want it to be extremely clear that I really don't care whether she wants to have children or not. I never have, and I never will. She cannot and will not be able to influence me to change my position at all, ever, and she shouldn't be trying. Not wanting to ever have children is just one aspect of what I'm after in a life partner. Emaine can never be even remotely tolerable to me as any kind of romantic and or sexual partner, entirely regardless of her feelings towards having children or anything else. I really mean that. There are literally women I randomly see practically every day that I find much more physically attractive than her, and my genuine physical attraction to a woman is, always has been, and always will be much more important to me than her money or fame or connections, and I've already established that I certainly don't see Emane's personality, which I have irrefutable evidence has tried to frame me as a pedophile, as anything I find interesting or appealing or even remotely tolerable as any kind of romantic and or sexual partner or even simply a friend. Also, why would you ever need to have kids? This is ridiculous. Having children or not having children should always be a choice, never a need. At least that's how I've always seen it. Regardless of what sex you're born as or what gender you identify as. Regardless of how many people you feel you've raised.
It could be like a mellow episode, you know, where we're calm and we're chill, like how I am when I play Tekken now, because the speed of Tekken is so much slower than Street Fighter 6. So transitioning
When I tell
over...
you guys she has a problem, I've actually been speaking to Lily's loved ones as of late, and we're considering an intervention.
The pacing is just a lot slower, but their combo chain, like when you're caught
Anyways,
with it,
This whole thing with Lily playing Tekken is really seeming increasingly strange to me. I watched the video of Michael giving a house tour of Offline TV's house, and Lily seems really obsessed even there too. So I'm actually sort of inclined to believe this is kinda serious. It's so weird to me. I want to make sure it's extremely clear that I do not benefit at all or become appeased or forced to shut up or have anyone get leverage over me at all by Lily playing Tekken. If she genuinely enjoys it, I'm not trying to tell her she needs to stop. But I want it to be extremely clear that it does not, never has, and never will benefit me or offer anyone any leverage over me or at all have any possibility of influencing my position, no matter how much Lily or anyone else plays Tekken, or any other video game, for that matter.
well, I guess I'm gonna watch Ratatouille alone tonight. That's kind of dope, though. That's what you did.
yeah,
Yeah,
Ratatouille is a good movie.
I'm excited.
It's a good movie.
But I'm also a bit worried, because what if I don't think it's that good and you guys all hyped it up so much?
I don't think I hyped it up.
You hyped it up. You said it's the magnum opus.
Well, I guess you got shitty taste if you don't like it.
Damn. Oh,
In my last release, I mentioned that I don't care what Jamie thinks about my taste in anything, but I realized after I saw Lily make this comment that I didn't mention that that's actually also true of everyone else. As in, I don't care what anyone, including but certainly not limited to Lily and Emaine, think about my taste in anything. I don't need anyone's validation for anything. I'd obviously like to know and take into consideration, perhaps to at least some extent, what Kimmy likes or considers to be good taste, if it's in the context of us actually being in a proper relationship where she's communicating with me properly and treating me properly. But other than that, I have absolutely no even slight inclination to care at all what anyone thinks about my taste in anything. And if Kimmy's not going to have the kind of relationship with me that I want and deserve to have with her, then I really don't care at all even what Kimmy thinks about my taste in anything either. Also, since I find it so strange and random that this entire episode of this podcast that has extremely strange, shady, devious implications I believe heavily relate to extremely false narratives about me, is named Ratatouille is Pixar's magnum opus, I find it pertinent to state that the movie is nothing I consider special or great or even good, and have never watched it before and have no want or need to, and I will not be doing so. I also don't care about the company Pixar in general, and it has no special or particular significance in my life whatsoever, and never has. Since a quick Google search also reveals that the movie is about a rat that wants to become a chef, I also find it pertinent at this point to make it clear that I do not have and have never had any particular aspirations to become a chef, and I most likely never will.
I like hobbies where you can kind of sit and relax, watch TV and do it,
Multitask
right?
hobby,
That's why I
yeah.
like drawing a lot. Cause
maybe I'll pick up TFT or Hearthstone again.
TFT? Aria level? Our friend Aria is obsessed with teamfight tactics.
It's more than an obsession.
It's like
It's
her
an
life.
addiction.
She loves.
I want it to be extremely clear that I do not, never have, and never will care what hobbies Lily or Emaine or anyone else picks up. None of them give anyone any leverage over me or can or will ever change my position or force me to shut up or appease me even slightly. This is yet again more completely irrelevant stupidity. Also, since Arya clearly has some extremely shady, significant involvement in all the defamation and energy robbery people have been inflicting on me entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests, I want it to be extremely clear that I do not benefit at all from Arya being obsessed with teamfight tactics, and it does not, never did, and never will offer anyone any leverage over me for her or anyone else to play it.
Did you ever tell the phone leak story?
Okay, this one's kind of kooky beans, though.
You don't have to.
Basically, my phone number was leaked, or someone the heck found my number, and they also found my friend Ray's number. And they were able to spoof their number, which essentially means whatever number they're calling me from, they make it look like they're calling me from a different number. So they called me, and because they had Ray's number, they made their number look like Ray's. So my phone reads it as, hey,
Ray.
your friend Ray is calling. Yeah.
So fucking
And
weird.
like, you know, our friends, we don't call each other. So when I saw that, I was like, oh my God, it must be an emergency. So I pick up the phone. I'm like, hey, like, what's wrong? And I hear this deep, weird voice go, Pokimane, I'm coming to rape you right now. Literally kooky beans shit. And I just have to be like, okay, just hang up. Like, yeah. So that's what happens when like your number gets leaked, and that's why I have such like apprehensions for giving out my number or ever picking up calls.
Well, yeah, for good.
Or frankly, all things phone related. It's gotten to the point where like, even when I meet someone and like start talking to them, I have to tell them like, please don't call me. Like, I have trauma from phone calls. I feel like I only do calls for like very specific things, or if I ever see a call, like one, I just have this like this reaction of panic, and two, I always think it's like an emergency or something bad is gonna happen. I love life.
Wow. I have a not similar-ish, but like I have a fear of phone calls too from what happened to me as well, but nothing as bad as you. That is
sure.
nuts. Like my number was also leaked, and I used to get like weird phone calls. Like they would be like, "Oh, it's just really really mean comments, but like said on the phone pretty much. I don't want to repeat it, but like after that, I was just like, okay, I don't ever want to pick up a phone call.
I don't know how or where Elaine and Ray's numbers might have been leaked. I certainly don't have them, and I never have. I also don't particularly want them, and I never have. Neither of them are anything special to me, and they never were. I also don't even particularly like using calling or texting people to communicate in general. I literally don't even have an actual SIM card or paid number, and I never really communicate with anyone through calling or texts. I just have my number from a free app in case to see what I'd get. But it's just random numbers I don't recognize who call and never leave voicemail or leave 1 second of silence, or random morons texting me about supposed openings in remote jobs that I have absolutely zero desire or willingness or need to even consider replying to ever. It's just stupid, useless garbage, basically. I largely don't pay any attention to the streams of pretty much all streamers except Kimmy. The only reason I pay any attention to Jamie's in the last month or so is because Kimmy made it rather clear to me that Jamie was essentially forcing me to, fully consciously and intentionally, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. I stopped watching streams for entertainment pretty much entirely ever since I met Kimmy, and I've seriously always been completely focused and loyal in my pursuit of the kind of connection with Kimmy that I've been saying repeatedly I've always wanted from the very beginning. The only phone number of any influencer that I've ever gotten is Leslie's, and that's because Kimmy leaked it on her stream many years ago randomly. Literally let the voicemail message play out until it read out Leslie's entire number. I've never even once even tried calling Leslie, and I've only texted her a couple times on an old number I've long since lost access to. The very first time I sent her anything, I simply informed her that Kimmy leaked her number, since I found it extremely strange and was curious if I could get any information on what the bloody hell was happening behind my back for so long that Kimmy ended up leaking Leslie's number. No response. After that, I only sent her 1 or 2 texts telling her I'm extremely serious about my feelings for Kimmy and I'm not lying or exaggerating or having any ulterior motives, and to tell Kimmy to check her emails and respond to me. Which never happened, but I'm pretty sure Leslie read them, because I just have a feeling she would if Kimmy leaked her number like that, and she knew I know it. I haven't even bothered at all utilizing Leslie's number in years. I really don't see the point. She probably just tries to gossip as if it means we have a personal connection or as if I'm interested in her, but it's all blatantly false. She's extremely fake and delusional and unhinged. In the past, I just thought maybe Kimmy would have to take it more serious if I at least made it a bit of a problem or something for Leslie, because I found it strange that Kimmy leaked Leslie's number, and I'm pretty sure it was intentional because she had a lot of time to stop it before the voice read the whole number out. To this day, that's basically the only thing Kimmy's ever leaked, other than a couple of her own email addresses I've long since added to my mailing list because I found them extremely shady.
Also, I'm starting to think maybe we shouldn't get boba every episode, because now I'm just like chewing in the freaking mic.
This isn't asthma.
Anyways.
Is there some kind of false narrative that someone gets leverage over me or my position will change or something if these people get boba every episode of that podcast they're doing? I want it to be extremely clear that if any such narratives exist, they are completely false.
Oh, you were there. Retouched my roots. Now that's why my
Her
hair
hair is so beautiful
it's very
and vibrant.
Okay, I just
It's
got
dope.
it retouched, so it's
Whatever.
like super bright and it'll wash out.
It looks great, and it's gonna keep looking great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my god, that's nice of you.
See, I can say nice things, such as...
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Okay, you just come.
I have so much fun here.
I like having pink red hair.
Suits
I
you.
really like it. Like it makes me feel more like I want to accessorize it more. I want to.
I've been repeatedly saying nobody dyeing their hair anything will ever appease me or force me to change my position or shut up or offer anyone any leverage over me, but it seems I'll have to say it again. It does not matter to me at all that Lily touched up her roots and has pinkish reddish hair. This was not something I was ever working towards, or that appeases me or forces me to shut up or change my position or offers anyone any leverage over me. But, of course, even all this abuse and defamation and toxic stupid garbage wasn't enough for these extremely unhinged, shameless, unapologetic, extremely narcissistic, psychopath, scummiest scum of the world. Kimmy had to recently release an ASMR video on her YouTube channel called a 10 out of 10 ASMR video, as if it's somehow someone's idea of absolute perfection or peak performance or something in ASMR. She even seems to be especially fully consciously and intentionally trying to emotionally dysregulate me and trigger me and make me angry and sad and filled with rage and negative emotions in putting in the description, "Hope everyone is staying safe and warm," after she should know damn well from how I'm repeating over and over on my podcast that I'm literally homeless with hitmen regularly coming after me and it's getting colder outside, so I'm neither safe nor warm. But clearly, she couldn't care less about that. She's just continuing to conspire to murder me. I want it to be extremely clear that I most certainly do not find that video to be particularly amazing. There's no even remotely good reason for anyone to even suspect that I particularly enjoy any of the things she did in that video, except her whispering and maybe the latex gloves if you're really pushing it, since although the medical type latex gloves aren't really proper latex gloves meant to be classy and sexy, they're at least somehow related to a material I've said I really like, being worn by the person I find to be the most physically attractive person I could ever fathom existing. But beyond that, anyone presenting any kind of narratives that I'd find any of that other stuff to be anything special is most certainly blatantly, fully, consciously, and intentionally lying. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have to keep doing this over and over many more times to thoroughly diffuse any relevant false narratives about me beyond any at all even remotely reasonable doubt. But there was certainly so much I saw that I felt compelled to comment on that I really felt like I needed to say all this to really make sure I went above and beyond to extremely decisively, meticulously demonstrate my desire and willingness to utmost potently attack against all false narratives I see any significant possibility of having any at all significant impact on my potential to achieve the kind of connection with Kimmy that I've always wanted. If it really reaches a point where it feels like I'm just wasting my time and it's really impossible for me to get it no matter what, then I really will just absolutely unconditionally become the absolute worst of enemies against Kimmy and all her associates and head down an extremely dark and destructive path of destroying people's lives for what they've put me through. But until then, I suppose it's not really a choice. I'm gonna have to take this as far as I feel compelled to. So I feel deep in my soul that I got a clear, decisive, irrevocable, irrefutable, once and for all final answer that Kimmy can't ever try to later make excuses for or try to extremely deviously manipulate around the conflict and make me seem like I'm at fault somehow or something and control my life with lies. But I want it to be extremely clear that I do not, never have, and never will at all consent to anyone or anything at all operating against my wishes and best interests of me promptly achieving the direct communication from Kimmy and the kind of connection with her that I'm extremely meticulously, clearly stating I've always wanted.